I still remember the first time I saw it, that big, ugly rock perched on the ridge of Widow's Peak. I was 22 then, full of the kind of misplaced confidence only a young man with a new photography drone and too much free time can possess. It was the summer after college, and I'd taken a job with the state park system, mostly glorified trail maintenance, but it gave me an excuse to spend my days deep in the sprawling, beautiful, and utterly empty wilderness of the Blackwood Mountains. My main gig was mapping lesser-known trails, checking on old fire towers, and occasionally shooing overly ambitious hikers off cliffs. Not exactly high-stakes stuff, but I loved it. It paid for my gear, kept me fit, and let me chase my real passion, capturing the untouched beauty of this wild place with my camera. Most days it was just me, my backpack, and the crunch of pine needles under my boots. I liked it that way. No cell service, no distractions, just the vast silence and the wind sighing through the canyons. It's funny how quickly you get used to being alone, how the quiet starts to feel like a presence, a watchful eye. You start to notice things, the way the light hits a certain stand of aspens, the peculiar shape of a cloud, the exact moment a hawk decides to dive. You become part of it in a way, or so I thought. My routine was pretty simple. Up at dawn, a quick breakfast, check my gear, and head out. I knew these mountains like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. Every creek, every bluff, every deer trail was a familiar friend. My biggest mistake looking back was thinking that familiarity bred safety. It bred carelessness. On that particular morning, I was scouting a new section of the North Ridge Trail, a tricky, steep ascent that led up to Widow's Peak. It wasn't officially part of my patrol route, but I was curious. The views from up there were legendary, rumored to be the best in the entire park. Plus, I'd heard old-timers mention a peculiar rock formation up there, something about it being a landmark for early settlers. A good photo opportunity, I figured. I packed a little lighter than usual, deciding to make it a fast, ambitious hike. Just me, my camera, a couple of energy bars, and a thermos of coffee. No radio, no GPS tracker, just my phone for photos and a rough paper map I'd sketched myself. A rookie move, pure and simple. I was relying on my memory and my own sense of direction, which, as I would soon discover, wasn't enough out there. The climb was rough, steeper than I'd anticipated, and the air thinned noticeably as I gained elevation. The sun, already high, beat down, promising a sweltering afternoon. By the time I finally crested the ridge, sweat was stinging my eyes and my legs felt like jelly. But the view was everything I'd hoped for and more. The world unfolded beneath me, a patchwork of dark green forests, winding rivers, and distant, hazy peaks. And there it was, right on the edge of the ridge, exactly where the old stories said it would be, the rock. It wasn't particularly large, maybe 8 feet tall, a rough, dark boulder smoothed by centuries of wind and rain. It looked like any other weathered piece of geology you'd find in the mountains, except for one thing. The sun was directly overhead, scorching the earth, casting sharp, defined shadows from every tree, every bush, every pebble around it. But the rock had no shadow. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. Nothing. No faint outline, no shimmering distortion, just the bright, dusty ground extending right up to its base, as if the sun's rays passed straight through it. A shiver, light and unwelcome, traced its way down my spine, even in the midday heat. It was the first time I felt it, that little prickle of wrongness, a whisper that didn't belong in the vast, open silence of the mountains. The prickle deepened, a cold needle in the warmth of the sun. My rational mind, usually so quick with an explanation, stuttered. It had to be an optical illusion, a trick of the light, perhaps the unique refractive properties of the rock itself. But I'd never seen anything like it. Not in all my years of scrambling over these mountains, not in any geology textbook. I took a cautious step forward, then another, my camera still clutched in my hand, forgotten for a moment. The air around the rock felt different, not colder, not warmer, but somehow stiller, denser, as if sound itself was muffled in its immediate vicinity. No crickets chirped near it, no faint rustle of leaves stirred its base. It stood in a pocket of unnatural quiet, a silent sentinel. I circled it slowly, my eyes scanning the ground, the angle of the sun, desperately seeking the missing shadow. I bent low, squinting, tracing the line where the rock met the dust. Nothing. The light simply didn't interact with it in the expected way. It wasn't reflecting light. It was as if it was absorbing it, or perhaps in some bizarre way letting it pass through. But if light passed through, why was the rock still visible? Why wasn't it transparent? My heart began to thrum a little faster. This wasn't just a peculiar landmark, it was an impossible one. The kind of thing that defied basic physics. And in the heart of a wilderness I thought I knew so well, that was unsettling. Instinctively, I raised my camera. This was a photo opportunity unlike any other. I framed the shot, careful to include the stark, shadowless ground at its base, the sun blazing overhead, a testament to the midday light. Click, the shutter snapped, a sharp sound that seemed to echo too loudly in the strange stillness. I checked the display. The image stared back at me, crisp and clear, the rock dark and defiant, and no shadow. I took another shot, then another, from different angles, trying to catch the anomaly from every perspective. Each time, the result was the same. The rock was there, distinct, solid-looking, yet the ground around it was bathed in unbroken, direct sunlight. A new idea, one born of a nascent unease, sparked in my mind. What if it wasn't the rock, but me? What if I was experiencing some form of sunstroke or a trick of my own vision? I reached into my backpack for my water bottle, taking a long, deep swig, letting the cool liquid wash down my parched throat. I wiped the sweat from my brow, blinked hard, and looked again. No change. The impossible rock remained. The curiosity, however, was quickly being overshadowed by something else. A sense of wrongness, yes, but also a profound isolation. I was utterly alone up here. No one knew exactly where I was, not with the precision needed to find me quickly. My rough map was useless for this kind of subtle disorientation. The thought of being the only witness to such a phenomenon was initially exhilarating, but it quickly turned cold. What if something happened? I decided to try a simple physical test. I picked up a small, flat stone from the ground nearby. It was a dark, ordinary piece of granite, smooth from erosion. I held it up, watching its shadow fall clearly and distinctly on the dusty earth. Then very carefully, I leaned down and placed the small stone directly beside the base of the larger, shadowless rock. Its tiny shadow, a perfect miniature of its form, lay stark against the sun-baked ground, right up to the very edge of the big rock. It was as if the boundary of the anomaly was surgically precise, defined by the surface of the strange boulder itself. My hand hovered over the rock, a sudden, inexplicable hesitation taking hold. What would it feel like? Would it be hot from the sun or cool? Would it feel like ordinary stone? A prickle of trepidation, stronger than before, ran through me. It was a primal warning, a sense of something ancient and powerful, something not meant to be disturbed. But my scientific curiosity, mingled with a touch of youthful arrogance, overruled it. I touched it. It wasn't hot, it wasn't cold. It felt neutral. Neither warm nor cool to the touch, as if it was completely insulated from the sun's harsh rays or the subtle ambient temperature of the mountain air. And the surface wasn't rough granite as it appeared. It was strangely smooth, almost polished, despite its weathered, dark appearance. My fingertips glided over it, finding no purchase, no imperfections. It felt like glass, but looked like rock. A faint hum, almost imperceptible, seemed to emanate from within it. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears, but rather a vibration I felt in my bones, a low, resonant thrumming that seemed to bypass my auditory canals and go straight to my inner being. It was like feeling the distant rumble of thunder, but without the sound. It was subtle, easily dismissed as my imagination, yet persistent. I pulled my hand back sharply, a new wave of unease washing over me. This wasn't natural. Nothing about this rock was natural. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. Volcanic rock with unusual properties, a meteorite, but even those would cast a shadow, and the hum, it was just too strange. My adventurous spirit, which had propelled me up this peak, was now beginning to curdle into something akin to fear. The vast, beautiful wilderness, which had always felt like a comforting presence, suddenly seemed enormous and indifferent, even hostile. I was a tiny speck, alone with an impossible object. I glanced at my watch. It was past noon, later than I'd intended to stay on the peak. The sun had shifted slightly, but the rock remained unchanged, its base still bathed in a shadowless brilliance. I should go, I should report this. To whom? The park rangers. They'd probably think I was dehydrated or crazy. Geology department. They'd demand samples, equipment, a whole expedition. And I had no proof beyond my word and a few photos on a phone with no signal. The thought of leaving, however, was met with a strange reluctance. It wasn't a strong pull, more like a gentle tether. I wanted to understand. I wanted to stay and observe, to watch what happened as the sun continued its arc. This was an experience, a discovery. It was exactly the kind of untouched mystery I sought in the wild. I sat down a few feet away, pulling out my thermos of coffee and an energy bar. I needed to think. I needed to calm my nerves. The coffee was lukewarm, but the familiar taste grounded me a little. I chewed slowly on the energy bar, my eyes fixed on the rock. As I watched, an odd phenomenon began. The air around the rock seemed to shimmer. It wasn't heat haze, as the air was still and the temperature remained stable. It was more like looking through water, a subtle distortion of the trees and sky beyond it. The edges of the rock itself seemed to waver just slightly, as if the very air was struggling to contain its form. It was almost imperceptible at first, something I might have dismissed as a tired eye. But it grew more pronounced, a gentle rippling that created a faint blur around the anomaly. Then I noticed something else, something far more disturbing. The colors of the surrounding landscape seemed to bleed subtly into the rock. The vibrant green of the distant pines, the pale blue of the sky, the muted browns and grays of the surrounding stones, they seemed to be faintly reflected, not on the surface of the rock, but within it, like faint, swirling currents of color just beneath its dark, polished exterior. It was as if the rock was absorbing not just light, but the very essence of its environment, a silent, hungry presence. My heart pounded harder now. This wasn't an optical illusion. This wasn't sunstroke. This was something profoundly, terrifyingly other. I remembered the old-timers' stories, the murmurs of unexplained disappearances in these mountains, the warnings to respect the wild places. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, cautionary tales for overzealous hikers. But standing here, watching this impossible rock shimmer and absorb the colors of the world, those stories took on a chilling new weight. My hand instinctively went to my phone, not to take more photos, but to check for signal. Nothing, of course, just the empty bars and the constant reminder of my isolation. I was truly alone. A sense of urgent irrationality began to build within me. I needed to leave. Now, the strange hum seemed to intensify, still felt more than heard, a low vibration deep in my chest. The shimmering around the rock grew stronger, and the absorbed colors seemed to swirl more quickly, like paint mixing in a dark, opaque fluid. I pushed myself to my feet, gathering my minimal gear with fumbling hands. My thermos clattered as I shoved it into my pack. My camera, still around my neck, felt heavy, an unwanted burden. I turned my back on the rock, forcing myself to walk, to put one foot in front of the other and descend the peak. But a peculiar sensation stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a feeling of being watched, an intense, almost physical pressure on the back of my neck, and a magnetic pull, subtle but insistent, urging me to turn back. I resisted, clenching my jaw. This was my mind playing tricks. The isolation, the strangeness of the rock, it was getting to me. I had to maintain my composure. I had to leave. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to continue. I remembered the path, the steep, tricky ascent. Descending it would be equally challenging, but I knew the way, or so I thought. A moment later, I found myself facing the rock again. I blinked. What? I hadn't turned around. I had kept walking straight ahead away from it. Yet here I was, standing exactly where I had been moments ago, the shadowless rock looming before me, its shimmering aura even more pronounced. My breath caught in my throat. My mind struggled to process this. Disorientation, a lapse in memory. I felt no sensation of turning, no change in direction. It was as if I had walked in a straight line, only for the path to curve impossibly back on itself, or for the very landscape to shift around me. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a different kind of fear than before. This wasn't just an oddity, it was an active force. It was influencing my perception, manipulating my sense of direction, or perhaps subtly altering reality around it. Panic began to rise, sharp and acrid in my throat. I looked around wildly. The familiar landscape of Widow's Peak seemed subtly alien. The trees, the distant ridges, even the quality of the light, everything felt slightly off-kilter, like a photograph subtly photoshopped. The silence, which had been comforting, was now oppressive, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I tried again. This time I fixed my gaze on a distinct landmark far in the distance, a jagged outcropping of rock on a lower ridge, aiming to walk directly towards it, away from the strange boulder. I took deliberate, measured steps, focusing all my attention on that distant marker. 1 step, 2, 3, my boots crunched on the pine needles, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. I walked for what felt like several minutes, maintaining my focus, refusing to look back. I could feel the invisible pull, the sensation of being drawn back, but I fought it, pushing forward with all my will. Then, a sudden, inexplicable sense of vertigo. The world spun for a split second, a dizzying lurch that made me stumble. I closed my eyes, steadying myself, gripping the strap of my backpack. When I opened them again, I was standing no more than 10 feet from the shadowless rock. A scream died in my throat, replaced by a dry, rasping gasp. This was impossible. I was trapped. The rock, silent and menacing, seemed to pulse with an inner light, the swirling colors within it now more vivid, more insistent. The hum was louder now, a low, resonant drone that filled my head, making my teeth ache. My logical mind, once my most reliable tool, shattered under the assault of the inexplicable. I was no longer an observer, I was prey. This wasn't some geological oddity, it was something else. Something ancient, something alive in a way I couldn't comprehend, and it didn't want me to leave. My fear turned to a desperate, primal instinct for survival. I abandoned all attempts at reasoned navigation. I simply ran. I bolted, scrambling over loose scree, sliding down the steep slope, not caring about the path, just desperate to put distance between myself and the terrifying anomaly. I didn't look back. I just ran, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The air grew heavy, thick with a strange, sweet scent like ozone mixed with decaying flowers. The trees around me seemed to writhe, their branches blurring into indistinct streaks of green and brown. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, shifting, as if the very earth was protesting my flight. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how frantically I scrambled, the rock was always there. Each time I thought I had gained some ground, a disorienting lurch would seize me, a sickening twist in my perception, and I would find myself facing it again, usually closer than before. It was like running on a treadmill, or being caught in an invisible, powerful current that always pulled me back to the same terrifying center. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and sweat streamed into my eyes, blurring my vision further. Tears mingled with the sweat, blurring the already distorted landscape. I was hyperventilating, my breaths coming in ragged, useless gasps. This wasn't just physical exhaustion, it was a profound spiritual exhaustion, a draining of my will. The hum intensified, no longer a vibration but a tangible pressure, a resonant chord that seemed to vibrate through every cell of my body. The swirling colors within the rock grew brighter, coalescing into patterns, complex and alien, that seemed to shift and change with a silent, hypnotic rhythm. I felt my mind slipping, sanity fraying at the edges. I fell, tumbling down a short, rocky incline, scraping my hands and knees. The impact jarred me, momentarily clearing my head of the buzzing hum. I lay there, gasping, staring up at the darkening sky through the swaying branches of the pines. How long had I been running? Hours, minutes. Time had become meaningless. As I struggled to push myself up, my gaze involuntarily drifted, and there it was, directly above me, seeming even larger, more dominant than before, the shadowless rock. It wasn't just drawing me back, it was actively moving. Or perhaps the peak itself was warping, contracting around it. The shimmering around its edges was now a violent distortion, like looking through superheated air or a potent hallucinogen. The colors within it swirled furiously, no longer subtle reflections, but vibrant, kaleidoscopic bursts of light and shadow, reds and blues and greens mixing into impossible hues. And within those swirling colors, I thought I saw movement, shapes, not distinct but hinted at, fleeting forms that seemed to coalesce and then dissolve into the psychedelic maelstrom. A low, guttural growl escaped my lips, a sound of pure terror and desperation. This was it. This was where I died, or worse. My mind, in its final throes of panic, latched onto a desperate, irrational idea. If I couldn't escape it, maybe I could reason with it, communicate, touch it again, but with purpose, or perhaps just surrender. No, I couldn't. I had to fight. I remembered my drone, still in my backpack, a small, collapsible marvel of technology. What if I sent it up, a camera separated from my physical self? Would it be affected? Would it see what I saw? Could I get an objective record? It was a long shot, a crazy, desperate thought, but it was all I had left. With trembling fingers, I fumbled for my backpack, pulling out the drone. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped it. The small, lightweight device, usually so simple to operate, felt incredibly complex in my current state. I unfolded its arms, attached the propellers, and powered it on. The whirring of its tiny motors was a familiar, comforting sound, a sliver of normalcy in the chaos. I held the controller, my thumbs hovering over the joysticks. The drone's camera fed a live image to my phone's screen. The screen flickered, struggling for a signal, but then, miraculously, the image solidified. A view of the trees, the rock, the distorted peak. With newfound resolve born of desperation, I launched the drone. It ascended quickly, a buzzing insect against the impossible backdrop. I kept its camera pointed at the rock, watching the feed on my phone. From above, the rock looked normal, or almost normal. The shimmering was less apparent, the swirling colors less vivid, though still present, and the shadow it still cast none. But the perspective offered a slight reprieve, a momentary illusion of distance and objectivity. I sent the drone higher, circling the rock, trying to capture its true nature from all angles. The drone whirred, obedient, providing a clear, if unsettling, view. The ground below it, still bathed in direct sunlight, the subtle, glassy texture of its surface, the way the light seemed to bend around it rather than reflect off it. Then the drone's camera feed began to glitch. Static rippled across the screen, momentary blackouts. The drone itself seemed to hesitate, its flight becoming erratic. It dipped, swayed, then recovered, but the signal was weakening. And as I watched, horrified, a new phenomenon began to manifest on the phone's screen. The drone's own shadow, which should have been clearly visible on the sun-drenched ground, began to waver, to stretch, to distort into impossible shapes. It seemed to pulse, to disappear and reappear, as if the light itself was struggling to decide where the drone truly was. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just the rock that was shadowless. It was disrupting the very concept of shadow, of light and form in its immediate vicinity. The drone was entering the field of disruption. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I tried to pull the drone back, but it was too late. The drone's image on the screen fractured completely, replaced by a kaleidoscope of static and blinding white light. A high-pitched shriek, a sound of tearing metal and failing electronics, emanated from above. I looked up just in time to see the drone, spiraling wildly, its propellers flailing uselessly, plummet directly towards the shadowless rock. It hit with a sickening crunch, not a loud explosion, but a dull, heavy impact, followed by a shower of shattered plastic and bent metal. The pieces, however, didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they seemed to dissolve. As they touched the surface of the rock or the shimmering field around it, they simply vanished. They didn't fall, they ceased to be. One moment, a piece of the drone was there, a recognizable shard of black plastic. The next, it was gone, absorbed without a trace, leaving no debris, no impact mark, just the smooth, dark, impassive surface of the rock. The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. The hum had stopped. The shimmering around the rock had intensified, the colors within it now swirling with furious speed, like a miniature galaxy devouring itself. I stared at the spot where my drone, my last vestige of connection to the rational world, had disappeared. My mind refused to accept it. It couldn't just vanish. Matter couldn't just cease to exist. This was no longer a natural phenomenon. This was something malevolent, something that consumed. A sudden, intense chill swept over me despite the midday sun. It was a cold that seemed to originate from within, a bone-deep freeze that numbed my limbs and paralyzed my will. My fear had become so profound, so absolute, that it transcended panic and settled into a grim, hollow certainty. I was next. The rock, which had once felt merely strange, now felt predatory. I could almost hear it, a silent, ravenous hunger emanating from its impossible core. The air around it crackled, not with electricity, but with an unseen energy, a pressure that pushed down on me, urging me closer, beckoning me into its field of impossible reality. My body felt heavy, my legs unresponsive. My hands hung uselessly at my sides. My eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixed on the swirling vortex of light and color within the rock, mesmerized, terrified. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, a moth drawn to a deadly, iridescent flame. The sensation of being watched returned, not just from the rock, but from everywhere. The ancient trees, the silent sky, the very ground beneath my feet, they all seemed to bear witness, a silent, indifferent audience to my impending doom. The wilderness, my solace, my sanctuary, had become my tomb. A low, resonant thrum started again, not in my bones this time, but in my very skull, vibrating behind my eyes, pushing against my eardrums. It was a sound that seemed to rewrite my internal landscape, displacing my thoughts, replacing them with a single, overwhelming certainty. The rock was calling me. My mind fought a desperate, valiant struggle against an invisible tide. Run, a voice screamed from the deepest part of my consciousness. Move, but my body refused to obey. It felt like I was wading through treacle, every muscle screaming in protest, yet achieving no movement. The shimmering around the rock began to extend slowly, insidiously, creeping outwards like an oil slick, encompassing the ground directly around me. I could feel the distortion now, a subtle shift in the air pressure, a faint buzzing against my skin. The outlines of the trees nearest me began to blur, their forms wavering, as if they were melting into the distorted air. The colors swirling within the rock intensified further, expanding, and for the first time I could almost distinguish patterns within them. Geometries, not human geometries, not Euclidean, but something alien, intricate, maddeningly complex, constantly shifting, hinting at structures and dimensions beyond my comprehension. They weren't random, they were ordered, but by a logic I could never grasp. And then a new element, the most terrifying of all. From the heart of the swirling light and impossible colors, a faint, ethereal sound began to emanate. It wasn't the hum, which was a separate, constant pressure. This was more like a whisper, but a whisper composed not of words, but of pure emotion, pure thought. It seeped into my mind, bypassing my ears, a torrent of information that overwhelmed my senses. It was a feeling of profound age, of unimaginable vastness, of endless emptiness, and hunger, an insatiable, ancient hunger. It wasn't malicious in the way a human would be, it was simply consuming. A fundamental process devoid of morality or intent, like a black hole drawing in starlight. My knees buckled. I fell to the ground, no longer fighting the inexplicable pull, no longer able to resist the overwhelming sensory assault. My head throbbed, my vision swam, the world dissolving into a maelstrom of light, sound, and raw, unfiltered thought. The scent of ozone and sweet decay grew stronger, pressing down on me, filling my lungs. My camera, still dangling around my neck, swung forward as I collapsed, its lens pointing haphazardly at the ground. My phone, clutched uselessly in my hand, slipped from my grasp, landing face down in the dirt. My last connections to the real world, to any hope of documenting or understanding, severed. The rock pulsed, a dark heart beating in the center of a chaotic, shimmering aura. The colors within it exploded, consuming my vision, painting the inside of my eyelids with impossible light. The whispers became a chorus, a symphony of alien frequencies that threatened to shatter my very being. I felt a coldness spread from my feet, creeping upwards, a profound numbness that slowly enveloped my legs, then my torso. It wasn't the cold of the mountain air, it was something else, something that deadened nerves, extinguished sensation. My body, my very essence, was being drawn, dissolved, absorbed. A final desperate surge of fear, a last flicker of my own consciousness, screamed out. Not a physical scream, but a silent, internal cry against the encroaching void. This was it. The end. Not death, but something far more terrifying, utter erasure. The rock's shimmering field enveloped me completely. The world outside vanished, replaced by the chaotic, beautiful, terrible kaleidoscope of its interior. The hum became the only sound, the only feeling, the only reality. It was everywhere within me, around me, becoming me. My vision, before it finally failed, caught one last impossible image. The ground around where I lay, now completely devoid of any shadow, not just from the rock, but from the surrounding trees, from the very pebbles. The sun, still blazing overhead, cast its relentless light, but on the ground near the anomaly there was only a blinding, unbroken uniformity of light. The concept of shadow itself seemed to have been annihilated in this strange, expanding zone. And slowly, imperceptibly, the edges of that zone began to expand further, swallowing the sun-drenched pine needles, the loose dirt, the small, ordinary rocks. The world was being unmade, one particle of dust at a time, around the shadowless, hungry stone. My last thought before the hum consumed all was not of my life or my family or the beauty I had sought to capture. It was a single, chilling realization. I hadn't just discovered a peculiar rock. I had stumbled upon a threshold, a doorway to something ancient and consuming, and I was walking through it, whether I wanted to or not. The hum became everything. It was the air I breathed, the ground beneath me, the thoughts in my head. It was no longer a sound, but a state of being, an omnipresent resonance that vibrated through every particle of my dissolving existence. The coldness that had crept up my body intensified, not a physical chill, but a profound emptiness, a void where sensation used to be. My legs, my torso, my arms, they weren't just numb, they were gone. Not painful, just absent. My vision, before it fully faded, was a riot of impossible light. The kaleidoscopic colors, the alien geometries, they swirled and stretched, pulling me apart and putting me back together in ways that defied comprehension. It was like being stretched through a needle's eye, a sensation of immense pressure and simultaneous expansion. My perception shattered into a million fragments, each one reflecting a piece of a reality I couldn't grasp. I was aware of everything and nothing, a torrent of data without context, a flood of feeling without a body to feel it. Then there was only the hum and darkness. A darkness so absolute it wasn't the absence of light, but a presence in itself, a deep, ancient blanket that muffled all sense, all thought. For a time that might have been an instant or an eternity, I simply wasn't. I was suspended in a state of non-existence, a silent echo in the heart of an impossible void. But the hum persisted. Faintly at first, then growing, it began to coalesce, to gather itself, pulling me back from the brink of oblivion. It wasn't the same insistent drone as before. This was softer, more rhythmic, like the deep, slow pulse of a colossal heart. And with it, sensations began to return, not as I remembered them, but as faint, distorted echoes. The coldness remained, but it was no longer numbing. It was pervasive, a chill that seeped into what felt like my very core, a constant reminder of the profound emptiness around me. In the darkness, it began to shift, not to light but to shadow. Not the kind of shadow cast by an object, but a deep, nebulous expanse of shifting gray, a boundless ocean of twilight where no sun had ever shone. I had no body, no eyes, no ears, yet I perceived. It was a consciousness adrift, a disembodied mind floating in an infinite space. The hum was my anchor, the only thing that felt real, a rhythmic thrumming that was both within me and all around me. It was like existing in a dream, where the rules of reality were bent and broken, where logic held no sway. As my awareness slowly solidified, I began to see, or rather to feel images coalesce from the gray expanse. They were not solid objects, but flickering impressions like memories seen through smoke. Vast, impossible structures stretching into infinity, made of a material that seemed to drink the light, reflecting only shades of deep, bruised purple and cold metallic blue. These structures weren't built, they simply were monolithic and terrifyingly silent. I moved, or rather, I drifted. There was no up or down, no force of gravity, just a gentle, inexorable current that carried my disembodied consciousness through this alien landscape. The scale was overwhelming. I was an insignificant mote in a realm of cosmic proportions, a silent observer in a place that seemed to predate time itself. The hum intensified slightly, a gentle reassurance in the profound isolation. It was the only sound, the only constant. It felt purposeful somehow, like a guide, a silent beacon in the cosmic ocean. As I drifted closer to one of these colossal structures, more details emerged. Its surface was not smooth, but intricately carved, etched with patterns that mirrored the impossible geometries I had seen swirling within the rock. They were endless, recursive, twisting back on themselves in maddening complexity. They seemed to pulse with a faint internal luminescence, a cold, unearthly glow that cast no shadows, but simply illuminated their own intricate forms. And then I saw them. They weren't beings in any sense I understood. They were presences, wisps of shadow that moved with an ethereal grace between the titanic structures. They were not solid, yet they were distinct, darker patches in the eternal twilight. They drifted, too, like currents in an unseen ocean, occasionally coalescing into forms that hinted at vast, winged shapes or elongated, serpentine figures, before dissolving back into amorphous shadows. I felt no fear from them, not in the primal, adrenaline-fueled way I had felt it on Widow's Peak. This was different. This was a profound, existential awe, a chilling recognition of something utterly alien and indifferent. They seemed unaware of me, or perhaps simply uninterested. They were part of this place, integral to its fabric, and I was merely an intruder, a fleeting anomaly. The whispers returned, but not the torrent of information that had assaulted me before. Now they were faint, distant echoes, fragments of thought that brushed against my consciousness. They weren't in any language, but their meaning was clear, conveyed through pure intent, ancient, vast, waiting, consuming. The words weren't spoken, they were felt, resonating with the hum, weaving into its rhythm. They were the thoughts of this place, or perhaps the thoughts of the shadow presences, a collective consciousness that encompassed unimaginable eons. I tried to communicate, to project my own thoughts, my fear, my desperation, but there were no words, no voice. My attempts were like throwing pebbles into a bottomless ocean. They simply vanished, swallowed by the vastness. I was a silent scream in an empty universe. As I continued to drift, the scale of this place began to truly sink in. These structures weren't just large, they were infinite. They stretched away into the gray gloom, their tops and bottoms lost in the swirling miasma. It felt like the inside of a shattered galaxy, or the skeletal remains of something far grander, far older than any stars. A new sensation began to prickle at the edges of my perception, a resonance, a pulling. It wasn't the violent draw of the rock on the peak, but a subtle, almost magnetic tug, a quiet current guiding me deeper into this realm. The hum seemed to grow stronger in that direction, a siren song in the silence. I had no choice but to follow. I was simply a passenger, carried along by forces beyond my comprehension. The shadow presences continued their slow, graceful dance, their forms occasionally flickering with that same unearthly luminescence that emanated from the structures. They were neither hostile nor welcoming, just there, part of the tapestry. The whispers intensified, becoming clearer, yet still without words. The veil is thinning, the echoes awaken, the passage opens. A profound unease settled over my disembodied self. This wasn't just a strange dimension, it was a place of transition, a conduit. And the rock on Widow's Peak was not just an anomaly, but a gate. A gate that was now, apparently, more active than ever. As I drew closer to the source of the pulling, the gray expanse began to change. Faint points of light appeared in the distance, not like stars, but like distant, flickering embers. They were cold, colorless, yet they held a strange allure, drawing my gaze. They pulsed with the same rhythm as the hum, a silent, cosmic symphony. These lights grew slowly, imperceptibly. They weren't expanding in size, but in intensity, their cold glow cutting through the pervasive gloom. And as they brightened, the whispers changed, gaining a new, more urgent tone. The convergence, the alignment, the breach. The current quickened, pulling me faster towards the growing lights. The colossal structures blurred into the background, becoming indistinct shadows. My focus narrowed to the lights, these strange, pulsating beacons in the void. As I approached them, I realized they were not singular points of light. Each one was a nexus, a swirling vortex of energy, like miniature galaxies condensed into a single, brilliant point. And within these vortices, I began to perceive movement, shapes, fleeting glimpses of something else. Not the shadow presences, but forms that were harder, sharper, more defined. My awareness, which had been so diffuse, began to concentrate, to reform. It was like feeling the scattered pieces of myself slowly drawing back together. A faint pressure returned, not on my body, but on my consciousness, as if an invisible hand was gently squeezing my scattered essence back into a coherent form. The whispers became a chorus, a multitude of ancient voices speaking as one, though still without discernible words. The emotion, however, was palpable, a sense of immense anticipation of a cosmic event unfolding. The cycle, the return, the harvest. A fresh wave of terror, raw and primal, ripped through my reforming consciousness. Harvest. What did that mean? What was being harvested, and by whom? The cold points of light now dominated my perception. There were 3 of them, forming a vast, equilateral triangle in the boundless gray. They pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the hum, which was now a roar, a deafening resonance that threatened to shatter my very core. The light was blinding, washing out everything else, leaving only the 3 colossal, swirling vortices. And then I felt it, not just a feeling, but a profound, undeniable pull. Not a gentle current, but an irresistible force, drawing me towards the center of the triangle, towards a point where the 3 vortices converged. It was the same magnetic pull as the rock, amplified 1,000-fold, but this time it was impossible to resist. My scattered consciousness compressed further, collapsing inwards. The coldness became absolute, searing, then vanished entirely, replaced by a momentary sensation of intense pressure, like being crushed by an invisible hand. And then sudden jarring impact. I gasped, a dry, ragged sound that tore at my throat. My lungs burned, air rasping in and out. My hands scraped against rough earth. The smell of pine needles, damp soil, and the faint, sweet decay of ozone filled my nostrils. I was lying on the ground. My eyes snapped open, blinking against the harsh, midday sun. Sunlight, real sunlight. It blinded me for a moment, making my head spin. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, groaning, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. I was heavy, solid, real. I was back. I was lying in a small clearing surrounded by familiar-looking pines. The air was warm, alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves. A light breeze stirred my hair, a welcome sensation against my sweat-damp forehead. Disoriented, my mind reeling, I slowly looked around. My backpack was lying a few feet away, open, its contents spilled across the dirt. My thermos, my camera, my phone, they were all there, mundane and miraculously intact. My drone, however, was nowhere to be seen. Its absence was a stark, chilling reminder. And then my gaze fell upon it. The rock. It stood exactly where it had been on the ridge of Widow's Peak, perhaps 20 feet from where I lay. Dark, rough, 8 feet tall, and yes, still shadowless. The ground around its base was bathed in unbroken sunlight, just as before. But something was different. The shimmering aura around it was gone. The swirling colors within its surface were absent. It looked dormant, inert. It was still utterly impossible, a defiance of physics, but the active, malevolent energy that had pulsed from it was now absent. It was a silent, unmoving sentinel once more. I scrambled backwards away from it, a raw, animalistic fear seizing me. My hands, my legs, my entire body trembled uncontrollably. I could still feel the phantom echo of the hum, the ghost of the impossible darkness, the terrifying majesty of the alien realm. It was all real, horrifyingly, undeniably real. How long had I been gone? My watch, miraculously still on my wrist, showed a few minutes past noon. The same time it had been when I'd first sat down to observe the rock. But that couldn't be right. I had run, I had been absorbed, I had drifted through an alien dimension, I had reformed. It had felt like hours, perhaps even days. Yet only a few minutes had passed in this reality. Time distortion, another impossibility. Another terrifying truth. I tried to stand, my legs wobbling beneath me. My scraped hands stung, my knees ached, remnants of my desperate flight. These were real physical injuries, proof that I hadn't simply dreamed it. My heart pounded, a frantic drum in my chest. I needed to get out, now, before it woke up again. Before whatever had pulled me back decided to pull me in again. I grabbed my backpack, stuffing my scattered belongings inside with clumsy, shaking hands. My phone was dead, a black mirror of my own terror. My camera, its lens still pointing at the ground, felt heavy and useless. I turned my back on the rock, forcing myself to move. This time there was no invisible pull, no dizzying disorientation. My path was clear. The trees, the ground, the distant ridges, they looked normal, solid, utterly familiar. The wilderness was no longer hostile. It was simply itself, vast and indifferent. I didn't run. I couldn't. My body was too weak, too spent. I walked, slowly at first, then picking up speed, a desperate, frantic march down the steep slope of Widow's Peak. I didn't care about the path, about spraining an ankle, about anything but putting as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. My mind raced, trying to process, to make sense of the incomprehensible. I had gone somewhere. Through the rock, it was a gateway, and I had been spit back out. Why and what did those whispers mean? The veil is thinning, the echoes awaken, the passage opens, the convergence, the alignment, the breach, the cycle, the return, the harvest. The words, or rather the felt concepts, echoed in my mind, planting seeds of dread. They spoke of a grander, more terrifying scheme than I could ever imagine. I wasn't just a random hiker who stumbled upon an anomaly. I had somehow become part of its cycle. As I descended, the familiar landmarks of the trail slowly returned, grounding me a little in reality. Yet the memory of the other place was vivid, almost hallucinatory. The impossible structures, the drifting shadow presences, the cold, pulsating lights, they were etched into my mind, an indelible trauma. I pushed myself harder, forcing my exhausted legs to move faster. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air grew cooler and the chirping of crickets intensified, a familiar symphony that was both comforting and terrifyingly normal. It took hours to descend the mountain. My legs were like jelly, my throat raw from dehydration, but I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead where my beat-up truck sat waiting, a symbol of safety and the known world. I practically fell into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys, my hands still shaking. The engine turned over with a comforting rumble, a loud mechanical sound that chased away the phantom hum. I put the truck in gear and drove, not looking back, not daring to glance at the imposing silhouette of Widow's Peak against the twilight sky. The drive home was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I bypassed my usual route, taking the long way around, keeping the mountain out of sight. I needed distance, not just physical, but mental. When I finally pulled into my small cabin at the edge of the park, it felt like I was entering a different dimension. The familiar scent of pine and old wood, the worn furniture, the stack of nature photography books, they were all tangible, comforting anchors in a world that had suddenly become fluid and terrifying. I stumbled inside, my body numb with fatigue, my mind buzzing with an overwhelming mix of terror and disbelief. I locked the door, then locked it again, as if a few flimsy bolts could protect me from what I had seen, from where I had been. I collapsed onto the couch, my backpack still slung over my shoulder. I needed a shower, food, water, sleep. But first, I needed to know if I was truly back, if it was truly over. My phone was dead as expected. I plugged it into its charger, watching the tiny battery icon slowly appear, a fragile connection to the world I knew. Then I turned my attention to my camera, the one I had clutched through the entire ordeal. The one I had raised to capture the shadowless rock, the one that had dangled around my neck as I was absorbed and returned. With trembling fingers, I removed the memory card. My laptop sat on the coffee table, a familiar, reliable piece of technology. I inserted the card, the laptop word recognizing the device, pulling up the photos. My breath caught in my throat. The first few photos were exactly as I remembered, crisp, clear images of the shadowless rock, the stark ground at its base, the bizarre anomaly captured from different angles. Proof, undeniable proof. I scrolled further, more photos of the rock. Then, a series of blurry, distorted images captured as I had been running, scrambling, my hands shaking. Trees and sky indistinct and wavering. And then, a sequence of images that made my blood run cold. They were photos taken after I had collapsed. The camera, dangling from my neck, had been pointing at the ground. But these weren't just photos of pine needles and dirt. The first showed the ground directly around me, the sun-drenched pine needles. but the edges of the photo were subtly warped like an old, overexposed film. The next image was more startling. The ground was unnaturally bright, completely devoid of any shadows from the surrounding trees, just as I had dimly perceived in my final moments before absorption. The light was uniform, blinding, and in the center of the frame, a faint, ethereal shimmer. Then came the images that sent a shiver of dread straight through my soul. They weren't photos of the ground, they were photos of the other side. The lens apparently had somehow captured glimpses of the alien dimension as I was being absorbed, or perhaps as I was returning. The images were chaotic, abstract, but unmistakably familiar. Blurry streaks of deep purple and metallic blue, hinting at colossal, impossible structures. Fleeting, ghost-like forms darker than the surrounding gloom, drifting through the frame, the shadow presences. And in one terrifying shot, a faint, cold point of light, pulsating with an unearthly glow, a miniature vortex of energy. There was no sound, no hum, no whispers in these images, but the visual proof was overwhelming. My body felt like it was encased in ice. It wasn't a dream. It was real, every terrifying moment of it. I stared at the screen, my eyes tracing the impossible shapes, the fleeting shadows, the cold, alien light. These weren't just memories, they were objective records. I had proof, but who would believe me, and what good would proof do? It wouldn't make it any less terrifying. It wouldn't make it go away. A new, chilling thought solidified in my mind. What if I hadn't simply been spit back out? What if I had been sent back for a purpose? The whispers came back, clearer now in my memory. The veil is thinning, the echoes awaken. The passage opens, the convergence, the alignment, the breach, the cycle, the return, the harvest. The words resonated with a dreadful prophecy. I had returned, yes, but perhaps not entirely of my own volition. Perhaps I was merely a seed planted back into this reality, carrying something with me or simply serving as a harbinger. I tried to recall specific details from the other side, anything that could give me a clue about its nature, its purpose. The sheer scale was the most overwhelming memory, the sense of ancientness of something that simply was beyond human comprehension. The shadow presences drifting indifferent, the colossal structures etched with impossible geometries, and the cold, pulsating lights, the vortices of energy. What were they? Gates, power sources, the very engines of that alien dimension. I closed my laptop, plunging the room into relative darkness. My head throbbed. Sleep was impossible. My mind was too alive, too scarred by what it had witnessed. I felt utterly alone, isolated by a secret too profound, too terrifying to share. For the next few days, I lived in a haze of paranoia and exhaustion. I couldn't sleep properly, every rustle of leaves outside my cabin, every creak of the old wood sending jolts of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing the rock, its shadowless form looming in my peripheral vision, even when I knew it was miles away. The hum, though physically absent, echoed in my skull, a constant reminder of the other side. I avoided Widow's Peak, avoided even looking in its direction. My job, mapping trails and shooing hikers, felt utterly trivial, a childish game compared to the cosmic horror I had faced. I called in sick, inventing a vague illness, and spent my days holed up in my cabin, staring at the walls, scrolling through the horrifying photos on my laptop, trying to convince myself it hadn't been a hallucination. But the photos were undeniable. The physical scrapes on my hands were undeniable. I considered going to someone, the park rangers, my boss, the geology department at the nearest university. But what would I say? I found a rock that eats shadows and sends you to another dimension, and here are some blurry photos of said dimension. They'd laugh me out of the office or worse, have me committed. I had no scientific framework, no rational explanation for any of it. My experience was an affront to everything we understood about reality. The isolation deepened. I felt a chasm opening between myself and the rest of humanity, a gulf of impossible knowledge that no one else shared. I was a witness to an unfolding cosmic secret, and the burden of it was crushing. After a week of self-imposed exile, the sheer monotony of my terror began to wear thin. The immediate, raw panic subsided, replaced by a dull, persistent dread. I needed to do something. I couldn't just sit here waiting for the rock to what? To call me back, to send something through. My rational mind, battered but not entirely broken, began to reassert itself. I was a photographer, an observer. My instincts, however misguided they had been at times, were to document, to understand. Hiding wasn't helping. I pulled out my paper map of the Blackwood Mountains. Widow's Peak was marked, of course, and the North Ridge Trail. I traced the path with my finger, remembering the steep ascent, the exhaustion, the thrill of discovery. It all felt like a lifetime ago. My gaze drifted to other areas of the map, other peaks, other ridges, the vastness of the Blackwood Mountains. It was a wilderness of ancient forests, hidden caves, forgotten valleys, and I knew with a chilling certainty that the shadowless rock couldn't be the only one. The whispers from the other side resurfaced in my memory. The veil is thinning, the echoes awaken. The passage opens. If the veil was thinning, if the passage was opening, then this wasn't an isolated incident. The rock on Widow's Peak was just one point of ingress, one symptom of a larger phenomenon. A terrifying idea began to form in my mind, cold and clear. If I was to understand, to fight back, to even survive, I needed more information. I needed to find out if there were others, other rocks, other gateways. This wasn't just about my own sanity anymore. This was about something far larger. The words, the breach, and the harvest echoed with an ominous weight. What if this wasn't just a curiosity, but a prelude, a slow, insidious invasion? I stared at the map, tracing lines, identifying remote, seldom visited peaks, areas where old-timers might have whispered tales of strange occurrences. My photography drone was gone, but I still had my camera, my GPS, my hiking gear. And now I had knowledge, horrifying, sanity-bending knowledge. It was a fool's errand, a suicidal mission. But the alternative, to live in perpetual fear, waiting for the unknown to consume me, was equally unbearable. I had to face it. I had to understand. I began to pack slowly, deliberately. This time I wouldn't be casual. I packed a satellite phone, a proper first aid kit, extra batteries for everything, multiple forms of navigation, a hunting knife just in case. It felt ludicrous preparing for an interdimensional threat with a hunting knife, but it was all I had. My research started in earnest. I dove into local folklore, old park records, obscure historical societies. I searched for any mention of strange rock formations, unexplained phenomena, disappearances, anything that might hint at other similar sites. The internet was a mixed bag of crackpot theories and genuine, overlooked anomalies. I filtered through the noise, searching for patterns. Stories of compasses spinning wildly, of sudden localized fog, of strange lights in the sky, of animals behaving erratically. Many were easily dismissed, but a few, particularly those centered around remote, high-altitude regions of the Blackwood Mountains, prickled at my nerves. One particular series of old newspaper clippings caught my eye. They dated back to the late 19th century, detailing the sudden, inexplicable abandonment of a small mining outpost deep in the northern Blackwood Range. The reports spoke of the miners leaving everything behind, their tools, their supplies, even their personal belongings, as if fleeing in terror. The only clue mentioned was a vague reference to the Whispering Stone and the great silence they claimed had descended upon them. Investigations at the time found no evidence of violence, no bodies, just an empty camp, and an inexplicable fear that had driven hardened prospectors to abandon their livelihood. The Whispering Stone, the phrase echoed with the alien whispers I had felt, and the great silence, the unnatural quiet around the rock, the description was eerily similar. I located the general area on my map. It was a remote, rugged section of the Blackwoods, far from any established trails, a place where even the most experienced rangers rarely ventured. It would be a multi-day hike, requiring serious preparation. The fear was still there, a constant companion, but now it was tempered by a grim determination. I had faced the impossible and survived. I had glimpsed the true nature of the wilderness, and now I had a lead. I was no longer just a park ranger with a camera. I was a survivor, a reluctant explorer of the impossible, and perhaps a solitary defender against an encroaching threat I barely understood. My journey into the heart of the Blackwood Mountains, into the heart of the mystery, was just beginning. The rock on Widow's Peak had opened a door, and now I had to walk through others. My old habits, the routines I had established over years, returned, but infused with a desperate urgency. Up at dawn, a quick breakfast, check my gear. But now my gear included survival tools, communication devices, and an almost obsessive attention to detail. Every creek, every bluff, every deer trail was no longer just a familiar friend. It was a potential trap, a hidden signpost to something far more sinister. I spent the next few days meticulously planning my expedition to the abandoned mining camp. I consulted topographical maps, marked out potential campsites, calculated food and water requirements. I left a detailed itinerary with my estranged brother, a former Marine, instructing him to contact the authorities if I didn't check in every 24 hours via satellite phone. It was a small concession to safety, a desperate attempt to not vanish without a trace. The hardest part was going back to Widow's Peak. I needed to confirm the rock's dormancy to see if anything had changed. It was a risky move, a challenge to the very thing that had almost consumed me, but I couldn't embark on this new quest without facing my initial terror one last time. The climb was still steep, still challenging, but this time every step was heavy with dread. My eyes constantly scanned the forest, expecting shadows to writhe, expecting the trees to blur. But the mountain seemed normal, serene, oblivious to the terror it harbored. When I finally reached the ridge, my heart hammered against my ribs, and there it was. The shadowless rock. It stood silent, impassive, exactly as I had left it. No shimmering aura, no swirling colors, no discernible hum. It was a dark, weathered boulder, an impossible piece of geology, but it seemed dormant, inert, like a sleeping predator. I approached it cautiously, every nerve ending screaming at me to run. I extended my hand, hesitant, remembering the glassy texture, the subtle vibration. This time I didn't touch it. I stopped a few feet away, observing. The ground around it remained shadowless, a silent testament to its defiance of natural law. But the anomaly seemed contained, its malevolent energy withdrawn. I spent an hour observing it, taking more photos, trying to catch any subtle change, any flicker of renewed activity. There was nothing. It was just a rock, an impossible rock. A strange sense of calm, grim, and unsettling settled over me. It was waiting, and so was I. With a final lingering glance at the dark, silent sentinel, I turned and began my descent. This time I knew where I was going and why. My path was no longer about escaping, but about seeking. Seeking answers, seeking other anomalies, seeking to understand the nature of the breach, the cycle, the harvest. My fear hadn't vanished, but it had transformed. It was no longer a paralyzing terror, but a cold, hard resolve. I had seen what lay beyond the veil, and I was going to find out why it was thinning. The Blackwood Mountains, my sanctuary, had become my battleground, and I, a simple park ranger, was now a reluctant warrior in a war I didn't understand, against an enemy I couldn't comprehend. The journey to the Whispering Stone would be long, dangerous, and likely terrifying, but I had to go. The unknown beckoned, and the fate of something seemed to rest on my unwilling shoulders. My only hope was that I wasn't already too late. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the familiar silence of the mountains no longer felt comforting. It felt like a held breath, a vast, waiting stillness, as if the entire world was listening, watching for what was to come. I was no longer just exploring the wild. I was exploring the edges of reality itself. The sun was a thin, watery disk in the overcast sky as I set out, the air damp and heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. My pack, meticulously organized and heavier than usual, felt like a lead weight on my shoulders. Every step was deliberate, every rustle of leaves amplified by my heightened senses. I wasn't just walking into the wilderness. I was walking into the unknown, chasing a ghost story into the heart of an alien truth. The first few days were a brutal exercise in endurance. The Blackwood Mountains were wild, truly wild, and the route to the abandoned mining camp of Black Creek wasn't a trail. It was a memory of a path overgrown and reclaimed by nature. I bushwhacked through thick rhododendron groves, clawed my way up steep, scree-covered inclines, and navigated dense sections of old-growth forest where the canopy was so thick that only dappled light reached the forest floor. My body quickly adjusted to the physical demands, but my mind remained on edge, a constant drumbeat of vigilance against the unseen. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace, every sudden snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I found myself frequently stopping, scanning the surroundings, listening for anything out of place, anything that might hint at the invisible forces I now knew existed. The hum, though not physically present, vibrated in the background of my thoughts, a phantom limb of my recent trauma. I checked my satellite phone religiously, making sure I hit the check-in window with my brother. His voice, gruff and practical, was a momentary anchor to normalcy, a brief reprieve from the crushing isolation. I kept my messages vague, simply confirming my location and status, knowing he wouldn't understand and wouldn't believe the true nature of my expedition. The secret was a heavy cloak, insulating me from the world, yet also suffocating me. The wilderness itself seemed to conspire against me. A sudden, violent thunderstorm erupted on the third day, turning the already treacherous paths into slick, muddy slides. I hunkered down under a makeshift tarp, listening to the roar of the wind and the deluge of rain, the thunder echoing like monstrous drums through the valleys. The storm brought with it a profound sense of vulnerability, reminding me how fragile human existence was against the raw power of nature, and how much more fragile it became against something beyond nature. During those long, rain-soaked hours, huddled in my damp sleeping bag, my mind drifted back to the impossible realm. The colossal structures, the drifting shadow presences, the cold, pulsing lights. Were they still there? Was the rock on Widow's Peak truly dormant, or simply waiting? The memories were vivid, more real than the rain dripping around me, a constant reminder of the breach. The harvest, what did it mean? The words haunted me, a riddle whispered in an alien tongue. The weather cleared eventually, leaving behind a pristine, rejuvenated forest, but the renewed beauty did little to ease my internal tension. I continued my trek, following the faint topographical lines on my map, relying heavily on my GPS and my ingrained sense of direction. I was getting deeper now, into areas truly untouched by human hands for decades, perhaps centuries. The trees were older here, massive trunks rising like ancient pillars, their branches intertwined into a Gothic archway overhead. The silence was profound, broken only by the chirping of unseen birds and the rhythmic crunch of my boots. On the fifth day, I found the first tangible sign of the mining camp, an old, rusted pickaxe handle half buried in the leaf litter. Then a collapsed section of dry-laid stone wall almost entirely consumed by moss and ivy. My heart rate quickened. I was close. The air began to change, subtly at first. A faint earthy scent like damp cellar air mixed with something metallic. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was distinct, different from the clean scent of pine and damp soil. And the silence, it wasn't just the natural quiet of a remote forest. It was a great silence, as the old newspaper clippings described, a profound, almost oppressive stillness that seemed to absorb all ambient sound. The birds stopped singing. The rustle of leaves vanished. Even the buzzing of insects seemed to cease. It was as if the very air had become thick, muffling all noise, creating a pocket of absolute quiet in the heart of the forest. I slowed my pace, my senses on high alert. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. This wasn't just a remote valley, this was a place where the veil was indeed thinning. Then through a break in the trees I saw it, the mining camp. It wasn't a sprawling settlement, but a small cluster of dilapidated wooden structures, their roofs caved in, walls leaning precariously. A single, larger building, presumably the mess hall or main bunkhouse, stood at the center, its skeletal timbers reaching towards the sky like grasping fingers. Overgrown spoil heaps, remnants of mining activity, dotted the surrounding terrain. It looked exactly as the old reports described, abandoned in a hurry, left to the slow decay of time. I approached cautiously, my hand instinctively going to the hunting knife strapped to my belt. It felt inadequate against an interdimensional threat, but it was a tangible link to my own survival instincts. The silence was absolute now, pressing down on me, making my own breathing sound unnaturally loud. As I drew closer, the metallic scent intensified and I noticed something else. The light, even though the sun was still high, filtering through the sparse canopy, the camp seemed perpetually bathed in a twilight gloom. The shadows where they existed were oddly deep, almost too dark, like pools of ink. And the colors of the surrounding forest seemed muted, drained of their vibrancy, as if the very light here was being consumed. This wasn't just a physical place, it was an echo of the anomaly. I circled the camp perimeter, my eyes scanning for anything out of place. The structures were decrepit, but eerily intact given their age. Tools lay where they had been dropped, picks and shovels rusted into the earth. A broken tin cup lay near the mess hall entrance. It was a snapshot of a moment frozen in time, a community suddenly and inexplicably vanished. And then I saw it, not directly in the camp, but on a low, rocky bluff overlooking it, partially obscured by a cluster of gnarled pines. A rock. It wasn't as grand or as imposing as the one on Widow's Peak. This one was smaller, perhaps 5 feet tall and less refined, its surface rougher, more angular. But even from this distance I could tell it had no shadow. The ground immediately around its base, despite the dappled light of the forest, was a uniform brightness, an unbroken patch where the sun's rays seemed to lose their ability to cast anything but pure light. And though faint, I could perceive it, the subtle shimmering around its edges like heat haze. The low, almost inaudible hum felt more than heard, a gentle vibration in the pit of my stomach. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it, the whispering stone. I stayed hidden among the trees, observing. The rock on Widow's Peak had been a sentinel, silent and predatory. This one felt different, more active somehow. Even from a distance, I could feel a subtle pull, a magnetic resonance that tugged at my awareness, a whisper against the edges of my mind. The silence here was not just an absence of sound, it was a presence. It felt like a vast, held breath, as if the entire valley was waiting for something. And within that profound stillness, I began to perceive the whispers. Not the torrent of alien thought that had overwhelmed me before, but faint, almost imperceptible murmurs, like distant wind chimes made of pure thought. They were elusive, just beyond the grasp of full comprehension, but their emotional content was clear. Echoes, awakening hunger. My skin crawled. This was exactly what I had feared. Another gateway, another breach point, and it was active. I set up a cautious perimeter, establishing a temporary camp further back in the tree line, out of sight of the rock and the mining camp. I didn't dare approach it yet. I needed to observe, to understand its particular nature. Every anomaly seemed to have its own flavor of terrifying. Over the next few days, I conducted my observations from a safe distance, using my binoculars and my camera with a telephoto lens. The photos, even from afar, captured the telltale signs: the shadowless base, the faint shimmering, the subtle distortion of the air around it. This was no ordinary rock. The whispers intensified, becoming more insistent. They weren't directed at me, not overtly, but seemed to emanate from the rock itself, radiating outwards, saturating the atmosphere of the valley. They spoke of deep time, of other spaces, of unending vastness, and beneath it all, the omnipresent thrum, a silent heartbeat resonating through the very earth. I also began to notice patterns in the old mining camp. The buildings were still and decayed, but the layout seemed to correspond to some of the alien geometries I had briefly glimpsed within the first rock. The angles of the collapsed walls, the arrangements of scattered tools. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it hinted at an underlying order, an influence from the other side. Perhaps the miners hadn't just abandoned the camp. Perhaps they had been subtly directed in its construction, unwittingly laying out a blueprint for something alien. One afternoon, as I was scrutinizing the rock through my binoculars, I saw it, a faint, almost transparent flicker near its base. It wasn't the shimmering, it was something else, something solid yet ephemeral. It coalesced for a split second, a fleeting, indistinct shape like a ripple in water, and then vanished. My breath hitched. Was something trying to come through, or was something already here? The whispers became a murmur, then a low, guttural chant that resonated in my skull, bypassing my ears. The barrier thins, the membrane stretches, they reach. My fear, which had been a constant companion, sharpened into a cold, visceral dread. This wasn't dormant. This wasn't merely waiting. It was active. And whatever they were trying to cross over. I decided I needed a closer look, despite every instinct screaming for me to run. I had come this far. I needed to understand. My plan was simple, if reckless: use the cover of night. The rock on Widow's Peak hadn't cast a shadow even in daylight. What would it do in the dark? Would its eerie luminescence be more pronounced? As dusk fell, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, the valley became even more silent, more foreboding. The whispers from the rock seemed to grow louder, or perhaps my heightened sensitivity was making me more attuned to them. They were a symphony of ancient, alien thought, a language of pure intent. Under the cover of deepening gloom, I moved. Slowly, carefully, I made my way towards the bluff where the whispering stone stood. The air grew heavy, thick with the same sweet, ozone-like decay I remembered from Widow's Peak. The silence pressed in, a suffocating blanket. As I approached the bluff, the metallic scent intensified, and a faint, cold light began to emanate from the rock itself. It wasn't bright, just a soft internal glow, casting no discernible light on the surroundings, yet illuminating its own rough surface with a pale, unearthly luminescence. The swirling colors, which had been subtle during the day, were now more visible, faint currents of impossible hues swirling beneath its dark exterior, like an internal aurora. The humming became a resonant thrum, vibrating through the soles of my boots, up through my legs, into my very bones. It was a profound pressure, not just sound. I stopped about 20 feet away, crouching behind a fallen log, my heart pounding in my ears. The rock pulsed, a dark heart beating in the eternal twilight of this valley. The shimmering distortion around it was more pronounced now, like looking at an object through wavy glass. And then I saw it again, the flicker. This time it was stronger, more persistent. Near the base of the rock, the air itself seemed to thin, to stretch, creating a distortion that wasn't just visual. It was like a tear in the fabric of reality, a shimmering void that seemed to appear and disappear in rapid succession. Through these flickering tears, I saw glimpses, not of the abstract forms I'd witnessed in the other dimension, but of something more concrete, yet still utterly alien. Elongated shapes like slender limbs stretched and retracted. Clusters of pinprick lights like eyes blinked in the darkness beyond the tears. And the whispers, which had been distant, now flowed into my mind with a dreadful clarity, entering, perceiving, manifesting. My blood ran cold. Whatever was on the other side, it wasn't just present, it was trying to come through. A new thought, more terrifying than any other, formed in my mind. The old-timers' stories, the disappearances. What if they hadn't just vanished? What if they had been the first to be harvested? What if some of them had been taken? And what if these beings were now trying to fully cross over? The tears in reality became larger, more stable, shimmering portals through which I could vaguely discern the impossible structures and drifting shadow presences of the other realm. It was like looking into a deep, dark ocean, where strange, unidentifiable creatures lurked just beneath the surface. Then a sound, not a whisper, but a faint, high-pitched whine like straining metal, emanating directly from the rock. The ground beneath me began to tremble, a low, guttural vibration that rippled through the earth. The trees around the bluff swayed, though there was no wind. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. This was escalating rapidly. I fumbled for my camera, desperate to capture this, to document what was happening, even if no one would ever believe it. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold it steady. I zoomed in on the rock, focusing on the shimmering tears, the vague shapes beyond. The camera's screen flickered, struggling to maintain a stable image. The air around me grew colder, an unnatural chill that seemed to suck the warmth from my bones. The whining sound intensified, becoming a piercing shriek that made my teeth ache. And then from one of the largest tears, a shape began to emerge, slowly, agonizingly, pushing its way through the shimmering barrier. It was slender, elongated, with multiple jointed limbs that moved with an unnatural fluidity. Its surface seemed to shimmer, reflecting the pale internal light of the rock. It was difficult to discern its true form, as it seemed to constantly shift, like an image seen through distorting water. But I could see a head, vaguely insectoid, with multiple, faceted eyes that glowed with a cold, blue light. My stomach churned. This was no shadow presence. This was a physical manifestation. The creature or being or whatever it was struggling. It was pushing against the barrier, its limbs splaying outwards, attempting to gain purchase in this reality. Its movements were slow, ponderous, as if it were moving through treacle. The whispers roared in my mind now, a deafening chorus of alien thought. The barrier weakens, the crossing, the firstborn. Fear turned to primal terror. I was witnessing a breach, an actual physical ingress from another dimension. I took photo after photo, my finger hammering the shutter button even as my body screamed at me to flee. I had to document this. The camera was my only shield, my only purpose. The creature's head, with its multifaceted blue eyes, finally pushed through the tear completely. It paused, its head slowly swiveling, scanning the darkened forest. Its gaze, though alien, felt intelligent, deliberate. And then it turned its attention towards me. The blue eyes, like tiny, cold stars, focused on my hiding place. I froze, my heart seizing in my chest. It had seen me. A new whisper, clearer, more focused than any before, pierced my mind. The witness, the guide, the harbinger. It wasn't a question, it was an acknowledgement, a designation. The creature began to pull itself further through the tear, its strange, jointed limbs now flexing, gaining purchase. The ground trembled more violently. The high-pitched whine from the rock intensified, a sound of immense effort and strain. I knew I couldn't stay. I had documented enough, more than enough. This was no longer just about observation, it was about survival. With a final, desperate gasp, I lowered my camera and turned to run. But before I could take a single step, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the rock, a silent explosion of unearthly energy. The valley was plunged into a momentary whiteout, all shadows vanishing, all color bleached from the world. The shriek from the rock became a single, piercing note, so high-pitched it threatened to shatter my eardrums. And in that blinding flash, I felt it. Not a pull, not a draw, but a profound push. A force so immense, so sudden that it flung me backwards, away from the rock, through the air, like a rag doll. I hit the ground hard, my head striking something solid. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and the world spun into a kaleidoscopic blur. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was the image of the creature, fully manifest now, its shimmering form radiating an unearthly blue light, its multifaceted eyes fixed on me, a silent, terrible gaze. And the whispers, the final, chilling whispers, the cycle continues. The harvest begins. I woke to the insistent, rhythmic chirping of crickets. The air was cool, damp, and smelled of pine. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and my body felt like it had been run over by a truck. I lay still for a long moment, trying to reorient myself, to separate dream from reality. Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes. The moon, a pale sliver in the velvet sky, cast long, silver shadows through the trees. I was lying on my back, tangled in my sleeping bag, which had apparently absorbed some of the impact. My head lay cradled on my backpack, a fortunate cushioning. My camera was still clutched in my hand, miraculously unbroken. I pushed myself up, groaning, every muscle protested. I ran a hand over my scalp, expecting to feel blood, but found only a tender lump. I was bruised, battered, but remarkably intact. I looked towards the bluff. The whispering stone stood silent, inert. No shimmering aura, no internal glow, no tears in reality, no creature, just a dark, impossible rock bathed in moonlight. The great silence was gone, replaced by the familiar nocturnal chorus of the forest. It was over for now. My satellite phone lying near my hip began to chime, a short, insistent burst. My check-in alarm, I had missed it by hours. Panic flared. My brother would be worried. He would be calling for help. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers clumsy with fatigue and lingering fear. I needed to call him, to tell him I was okay. To tell him what? As I reached for the phone, my gaze fell upon my camera, still in my other hand. The memory card, the proof, my desperate final act before being thrown back. I activated the screen, my thumb hovering over the playback button. With trembling hands, I scrolled through the images. The first few were blurry shots of the darkened forest as I approached the bluff. Then, clearer images of the whispering stone, its faint internal glow, the swirling colors. And then the sequence began. The tears in reality shimmering like oil on water, opening near the base of the rock. The elongated shapes glimpsed beyond. The growing pressure, the trembling ground, the white flash. And then the creature. It was all there, clear, undeniable. The slender, jointed limbs, the shifting, ethereal form, the multifaceted blue eyes. Its insectoid head turned towards my position. It was pushing through, struggling, gaining purchase. My camera had captured it in startling detail, caught in the very act of breaching this reality. The final images were taken just before the blinding flash. The creature half emerged, its blue eyes gleaming, its form radiating an unearthly luminescence. The sheer alien horror of it was captured in pixels, frozen in time. I stared at the screen, my breath held tight in my chest. The proof was absolute. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't a dream. This was real, and it had almost made it through. I scrolled through the photos again, zooming in on the creature's face, its strange, intelligent eyes, and that's when I noticed it. Something I hadn't seen in the moment of terror. Nestled among the complex, shifting patterns on its shimmering skin, there was a symbol, or a pattern. It was intricate, recursive, almost like a fractal, glowing with a faint, internal blue light that matched its eyes. It was a geometry I had seen before, fleetingly within the swirling colors of the original rock and etched into the impossible structures of the alien dimension. A signature, a mark. It was a cold, alien symbol, but it felt familiar, like a half-remembered dream. And as I stared at it, a new whisper, colder and more precise than any before, echoed in my mind. Not from the rock, but from within me, a phantom memory of the creature's gaze. The seed has been planted. My blood ran cold. The words, so clear, so direct, sent a jolt of terror through me that eclipsed even the fear of the creature itself. The seed planted. Was it a metaphor or something literal? What had been planted and where? My mind raced, connecting disparate pieces of information. The words from the other side, the veil is thinning, the echoes awaken. The passage opens, the convergence, the alignment, the breach, the cycle, the return, the harvest, and now the seed has been planted. I had been thrown back not just to escape, but perhaps to carry something, to be a vessel, a harbinger. A chilling thought solidified in my mind. Had my journey through the first rock, my re-emergence into this reality, somehow altered me, made me susceptible, a conduit? I remembered the coldness that had crept up my body as I was absorbed by the first rock, the sensation of being dissolved. And then the feeling of my consciousness reforming, concentrating as I was pulled back. Had something been inserted, embedded? My hand went to my head, to the tender lump where I had hit the ground. It was an external injury, but what about internal? I felt suddenly vulnerable, tainted. The creature's gaze, its knowing acknowledgement of the witness, the guide, the harbinger, took on a terrifying new meaning. I wasn't just observing the breach, I was, in some horrifying way, facilitating it. I needed to understand this symbol, this geometry, this potential seed. I looked at the satellite phone in my hand. My brother, he would be contacting the authorities. They would send a search party. And if they found me and I showed them these photos and told them this story, no, they would never believe it. And they would certainly never believe what I now suspected, that I might be carrying something alien, something that could be part of the very breach I was trying to understand. I couldn't go back to civilization, not yet, not until I understood. My mission had fundamentally shifted. It was no longer just about finding other rocks, other gateways. It was about understanding what had been done to me, what I now carried. I was a walking, breathing part of the breach. I closed the camera, plunging the screen back into darkness. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows. The wilderness, which had been a haven, then a terror, now felt like a prison. I had to find answers, and I had to find them alone. The implications of the seed has been planted were too profound, too terrifying to ignore. I was no longer an impartial observer. I was inextricably linked to this impossible, encroaching reality. My journey into the heart of the Blackwoods was far from over. It had only just begun, and the real horror, I suspected, was not out there but deep within me. I had glimpsed the true nature of the wilderness, and now, it seemed, the wilderness had glimpsed and altered me. I picked up my satellite phone, but instead of calling my brother, I sent a brief, coded message to him, a prearranged signal that meant, continue to wait, I am safe but cannot communicate. It was a lie, but a necessary one. He couldn't know, no one could. I packed my camp quickly, my movements precise despite my fatigue. I needed to move, to put distance between myself and the whispering stone, but also to think, to plan. I had a new, more urgent quest now, a personal one. As I walked away from the silent, dormant rock, leaving the abandoned mining camp behind, I scanned the surrounding forest with a new intensity. Every shadow, every tree, every rustle of leaves now held a double meaning. Was I being watched, guided? Was the seed within me already growing, already aligning with whatever forces lay beyond the veil? The silence of the forest returned, but it was no longer comforting. It was the silence of anticipation, of a world holding its breath. and I, the unwilling harbinger, was at its chilling center. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving, to keep searching, before whatever had been planted within me began to bloom. The chilling pronouncement, "the seed has been planted," echoed in my mind, a cold, alien whisper that had become more real than the rustle of leaves or the faint, distant call of a night owl. It wasn't just a fear, it was a certainty. I was no longer an observer. I was involved, irrevocably linked to the incomprehensible forces that lay just beyond the veil of our reality. The wilderness, once a source of solace and scientific curiosity, had transformed into a labyrinth of cosmic dread, and I, the unwitting minotaur within it, was now seeking an escape not just from external threats, but from something insidious blooming within myself. My immediate priority was distance. The whispering stone, dormant once more, felt like a silent, accusing eye. I moved swiftly through the moonlit forest, every snap of a twig, every shifting shadow, sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the impossible. A seed? What kind of seed? Was it literal, a biological implant? Or metaphorical, a piece of alien knowledge, a psychic connection, a predisposition? The lack of any physical manifestation was almost worse than finding a visible wound. It meant the contamination could be anywhere, everywhere, woven into the very fabric of my being. I hiked for hours, pushing my exhausted body until my legs burned and my lungs ached. The moon dipped below the horizon, and the first blush of dawn painted the eastern sky in muted purples and grays. Only then, deep within a secluded ravine, did I allow myself to stop. I found a small, hidden alcove beneath an overhang of rock, shielded from casual sight. This would be my sanctuary, however temporary. The first rays of sunlight brought a fragile sense of clarity, but no comfort. I pulled out my medical kit, my hands shaking. I examined myself with a desperate thoroughness, searching for any mark, any wound, any foreign object. My scraped hands, the lump on my head, these were mundane injuries, the result of being violently ejected from the anomaly. But beneath my skin, in the deep recesses of my body, I found nothing. No strange discoloration, no unusual growths, no unexplained aches beyond the expected fatigue. Yet the whisper persisted. The seed has been planted. I turned my attention to my camera. The photos of the creature were horrifying but mesmerizing. I zoomed in on the intricate fractal-like symbol on its shimmering skin, the pattern that had resonated with my memories of the alien dimension. It was complex, elegant, and utterly alien. I tried to sketch it, to commit it to memory, hoping it might offer a clue. It felt like a key, but to what lock I didn't know. The isolation was crushing. I couldn't share this. Not with my brother, not with anyone. The fear of being dismissed as insane, or worse, of being seen as a threat myself, was a powerful deterrent. I was alone in this, adrift in a sea of cosmic horror. My survival instincts kicked in, overriding the existential dread. I needed food, water, and above all, a plan. I had enough supplies for a few more days, but after that, I would need to find a way to resupply without drawing attention. My regular cabin was out of the question. It would be the first place anyone looking for me would check. The Blackwood Mountains were vast. There were old hunting cabins, forgotten logging camps, remote ranger outposts left to rot. I knew the wilderness well enough to find shelter, but staying hidden would be a challenge. The next few days were a blur of restless movement and self-scrutiny. I moved from one remote hiding spot to another, always vigilant, always listening. I began to notice subtle changes within myself. Nothing overt, nothing physical that I could pinpoint, but my perception seemed sharper. I could hear the distant rustle of a squirrel in a way I hadn't before, not just as a sound, but as an almost tactile presence in the forest. The scents of pine and damp earth were more vivid, more nuanced. My night vision seemed enhanced, allowing me to navigate the moonlit woods with surprising ease. Was this the seed manifesting? Was it altering my senses, preparing me for something? Or was it just my heightened paranoia, tricking my mind into perceiving things that weren't there? The uncertainty was agonizing. Sleep became a battlefield. My dreams were vivid, fragmented, filled with impossible geometries, the cold, pulsating lights of the alien dimension, and the silent, watchful gaze of the shadow presences. I saw the creature from the whispering stone, its multifaceted eyes fixed on me, the fractal symbol on its skin glowing with an unearthly blue light. And always the whispers, indistinct yet profound, a language of pure intent that I still couldn't translate but felt with chilling clarity. Evolution, integration, becoming. One evening, as I was filtering water from a secluded stream, a strange phenomenon occurred. My hand, submerged in the icy water, suddenly felt different, not cold, not numb, but hyper-aware. I could feel the individual currents, the microscopic eddies, the minute vibrations of the water flowing over stones. It was an overwhelming sensory input, a temporary expansion of my perception that lasted only a few seconds, leaving me gasping, my hand trembling. It was exhilarating and terrifying. The seed wasn't just a whisper, it was a transformation. I knew then that I couldn't just hide, I needed to seek answers. My knowledge of the Blackwood Mountains was extensive, but it was primarily from a ranger's perspective: trails, wildlife, geology. Now I needed to delve deeper into the hidden lore, the local legends, the forgotten histories. My current equipment was inadequate for this new, urgent quest. I needed resources, books, maps, maybe even specialized detection equipment. But how to get them without revealing myself? A risky plan began to form. My cabin, it was small, isolated, and I knew its every creak and shadow. I could make a quick, surgical strike, retrieve what I needed, and vanish back into the wilderness. It was a gamble, but the growing sense of urgency, the feeling of something changing within me, compelled me. Under the cover of a moonless night, I made my way towards the edge of the park boundary, using forgotten game trails and thick undergrowth to avoid detection. The familiar landmarks of the mountains passed by like ghosts in the darkness. The cabin was several days' hike from the Whispering Stone, a distance I was grateful for. When I finally reached the outskirts of my property, I moved with the stealth of a seasoned hunter. The cabin stood silent, dark, a lonely sentinel amidst the pines. I crept up to a window, peering inside. Everything seemed undisturbed. No signs of forced entry, no lights, no obvious surveillance. My brother, bless his cautious nature, hadn't called the cavalry yet. I unlocked the back door, slipping inside as quietly as a whisper. The familiar scent of pine, old books, and stale coffee filled my nostrils, a strange comfort in its normalcy. I moved through the dark rooms, guided by memory, gathering essentials. A more comprehensive first aid kit, extra batteries, a proper compass, detailed geological maps of the region, and my most cherished resource, my personal library of local history and folklore. I also grabbed my old, battered shortwave radio. It was analog, less traceable, and sometimes picked up unusual signals from remote areas. My eyes fell upon my computer. I needed its processing power, its access to information. But connecting to the internet was a risk. I compromised. I would download what I could from its internal files, my detailed maps, geological surveys, notes on anomalies, then disconnect it completely. I would run searches offline if possible, or use pre-downloaded databases. As I worked, moving silently from room to room, a new sensation prickled at the edge of my awareness. A faint, almost imperceptible hum, like the distant vibration of a tuning fork, seemed to resonate from the very walls of the cabin. It wasn't the roaring thrum of the rocks, but something subtler, more pervasive. It felt connected. I paused, listening. The cabin was silent, save for my own breathing. But the hum persisted, a phantom echo of the breach, a reminder that the world was no longer as solid as it seemed. Had something hitched a ride with me, or was the seed creating this resonance? I dismissed the thought as paranoia. I had to focus. I was in and out in less than an hour, my pack heavier, my mind buzzing with a dangerous mix of relief and renewed dread. As I slipped back into the cover of the forest, I glanced back at the cabin, now a dark silhouette against the pre-dawn sky. It was no longer a home, but a waypoint, a fleeting memory of a life that no longer existed. Deep in the wilderness once more, I established a new, well-hidden camp. My first task was to organize my resources. I laid out the maps, marking potential areas of interest, cross-referencing them with my old notes and the sparse, cryptic clues from the internet. My folklore books contained tales of devil's teeth formations, whispering gaps, and lost peaks where the light dies, terms that now took on a terrifying new significance. My particular interest was geology. The shadowless rocks with their impossible composition defied all known geological principles. I needed to find out if there were other anomalies reported in the past, or if the Blackwoods held any unique geological features that could explain or at least categorize these gateways. I spent hours poring over maps, tracing fault lines, ancient volcanic activity, and unique mineral deposits. The fractal symbol I had seen on the creature's skin became an obsession. I drew it repeatedly, trying to understand its geometry, its logic. It felt like a key, a signature of the alien intelligence. I searched through books on esoteric symbols, ancient scripts, even sacred geometry, but found nothing quite like it. It was unique, alien, yet profoundly ordered. The internal changes continued, subtly but undeniably. My enhanced senses became more consistent. I could track animals with an almost uncanny intuition, perceiving their movements before they were even visible. The forest itself seemed to communicate with me, not with words, but with a complex tapestry of scents, sounds, and subtle energy shifts. It was as if I was becoming more attuned to its deeper rhythms, its hidden currents. But these gifts came with a price. My dreams grew more intense, more vivid, bleeding into my waking hours. The alien dimension was no longer just a memory. It felt like a parallel presence just beyond a thin curtain. I sometimes saw fleeting glimpses of the colossal structures in the periphery of my vision, heard the faintest echoes of the hum even when I was wide awake. The line between my reality and theirs was blurring. The seed was growing. One evening, while reviewing an old geological survey map, I stumbled upon a curious notation. A remote, uninhabited plateau, high in the central Blackwoods, was marked with a symbol I didn't recognize, an archaic cartographic marker for magnetic anomaly. The accompanying notes were sparse, but mentioned compasses spinning wildly and strange electrical interference. The date on the survey was from the early 1900s, long before modern instruments could easily explain such phenomena. The magnetic anomaly, it resonated with the disrupted electronics around Widow's Peak and the subtle energy fields I felt around the Whispering Stone. This could be it, another candidate for a gateway. The plateau, known locally as the Silent Uplands, was notorious for its harsh, unpredictable weather and difficult terrain. Few dared venture there, and even fewer lingered. It was a place of local superstition, rumored to be haunted by ancient spirits. Perfect. A place where anomalies could hide in plain sight, protected by human fear and indifference. Preparing for this expedition was even more intense than the last. The silent uplands were significantly further and more challenging than the mining camp. I knew I needed to travel light, but also be equipped for extreme conditions. My satellite phone remained off only for prearranged check-ins with my brother. I packed a solar charger for my electronics, knowing how quickly batteries could drain in these anomalous zones. My internal transformation weighed heavily on me. I tried to focus it, to understand it. When I concentrated, I found I could perceive the subtle energy fields around me, the flow of nutrients in the soil, the faint electrical impulses of nearby plants. It was overwhelming, a cacophony of previously unheard information, but I began to learn to filter it, to focus it. The world was revealing itself to me in a new, terrifying light. And then there was the symbol, the fractal pattern. It began to appear in my mind's eye, superimposed on objects, shimmering faintly in the air. It was like a filter, a new way of seeing, an alien lens through which I was now perceiving reality. It pulsed with a faint, internal blue light matching the creature's eyes. It felt like a part of me. The journey to the silent uplands was arduous. The elevation gain was relentless, the terrain unforgiving. I navigated through ancient gnarled forests where the trees grew in strange, contorted shapes, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The air grew thinner, colder, and the silence began to descend once more. Not the great silence of the whispering stone, but a profound stillness, as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath. On the fourth day of the trek, I found myself on a narrow, winding trail, barely discernible through the dense undergrowth. The magnetic anomaly, according to my old map, should be just ahead. The vegetation here was sparse, stunted, clinging stubbornly to the rocky soil. The trees, mostly pines, were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching towards the sky in desperate, tormented gestures. Then my compass began to spin wildly. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it, the magnetic anomaly. I paused, checking my GPS. It was erratic, struggling to lock onto satellites, displaying wildly fluctuating coordinates. The old survey was accurate. I was nearing the core of the anomaly. The air grew heavy, thick with a familiar, sweet, ozone-like scent. The silence deepened, pressing down on me, making my own ragged breath sound unnaturally loud. My enhanced senses were screaming at me. Every nerve ending tingled with an unseen energy. I pushed forward, rounding a bend in the trail, and there it was. The silent uplands. It wasn't a plateau in the traditional sense, but a vast, elevated basin ringed by jagged, rocky outcrops. And at its center, rising from the stark, rocky ground, was a formation of stones unlike anything I had ever seen. There were 5 of them, 5 dark, jagged monoliths arranged in a rough pentagonal shape. They were taller than the previous rocks, easily 12 to 15 feet in height, their surfaces rough and weathered, yet somehow alien. They were not smooth like the Widow's Peak rock, nor as angular as the Whispering Stone. They were craggy, like ancient teeth thrust from the earth. And each one, without exception, cast no shadow. The ground within the pentagon, despite the harsh midday sun, was bathed in that same uniform, shadowless light. And in the center of the formation, the air shimmered, a visible distortion, like a liquid mirror. But what truly made my blood run cold was the hum. It was no longer a subtle vibration or a localized thrum. Here on the silent uplands, the hum was a pervasive, deafening roar not heard with my ears, but felt in every cell of my body, a resonant frequency that threatened to shake me apart. It was raw, primal, a pure expression of alien power. The whispers, too, were different here. They were not fragmented, not elusive. They were a torrent, a ceaseless flow of information that flooded my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. It was a language of pure thought, not in any tongue I knew, but laden with meaning that pressed down on my consciousness. The nexus, the heart, the convergence is nigh. I stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it, the absolute intensity of the anomaly. This wasn't a mere gateway. This was a nexus, a central point, a colossal focalizer of whatever forces were thinning the veil. My camera was useless here. The sheer energy emanating from the rocks caused its electronics to fizzle and die, the screen flickering erratically before going black. Even my satellite phone, safely tucked in my pack, felt cold and inert. The only thing working was my brain, and it felt like it was being overloaded. The fractal symbol pulsed in my mind, a bright blue internal light, somehow amplifying the alien whispers, making them clearer, more insistent. The seed activated, the link established. A new terror seized me. The seed within me wasn't just a part of me, it was a receiver, a conduit. It was linking me directly to this nexus, to the overwhelming flow of alien information. I was becoming part of their network, part of their harvest. I could feel it now, the changes within me accelerating. My perceptions were no longer just sharper, they were merging. I could feel the rocks, their ancient alien consciousness, their immense power. I could feel the currents of the other dimension flowing through the shimmering center of the pentagon like a vast, invisible river. And within that river I perceived shapes, not just the drifting shadow presences, but something larger, more defined, moving with a ponderous, inexorable grace. They were massive, like the impossible structures themselves, but living, sentient, the architects, the masters. The words "the harvest" screamed in my mind, no longer a cryptic prophecy, but a horrific, imminent reality. And I, the seed, was part of it. Panic warred with a terrifying fascination. I was an open channel, directly connected to the source of the breach. I was perceiving things no human mind was meant to comprehend. The sheer vastness of their existence, the unfathomable depths of their intentions washed over me. They were not malevolent in a human sense, but utterly, terrifyingly indifferent. We were less than insects to them, mere resources. My vision began to blur, not from tears, but from the overwhelming sensory input. The world twisted and warped around me, the familiar pines and rocks dissolving into abstract patterns, reflecting the fractal symbol now glowing intensely in my mind's eye. The ground beneath my feet vibrated violently, the roar of the hum intensifying until it felt like it would tear my very atoms apart. The air around the pentagon of shadowless rocks crackled with visible energy, shimmering with impossible colors, deep purples, metallic blues, and a strange, luminous green that I remembered from the alien dimension. Then, the shimmering void in the center of the pentagon began to expand. It pulsed, growing larger, deeper, forming a vast, swirling vortex of pure energy. It was like a colossal eye opening in the heart of the silent uplands, staring into another reality. The air rushed inwards, creating a powerful vacuum that tugged at my clothes, at my very being. Through the swirling vortex, I saw it. The alien dimension, no longer abstract glimpses, but a direct, wide-open view. The colossal, impossible structures stretching into an infinite gray void. The drifting shadow presences, now moving with purpose, converging towards the opening. And in the distance, 3 colossal, cold points of light, forming a triangle, pulsing with an unearthly glow, the very vortices that had pulled me in at Widow's Peak. They were connected. All of it, the nexus, was a direct conduit to the heart of their realm. And then, emerging from the vortex, a shape began to materialize. It was immense, far larger than the creature at the Whispering Stone. It was a fluid, shifting form like liquid shadow, yet it possessed a terrifying solidity. It had multiple limbs, each ending in a cluster of glowing, tendril-like appendages that rippled with internal light. Its body was covered in the same fractal symbol, now glowing with an intense, blinding blue. And at its apex, a central mass, vaguely cranial, with thousands of tiny, multifaceted eyes, like a swarm of cold, blue stars. This was no scout, this was a force, a harbinger of the harvest itself. The whispers in my mind coalesced into a single, overwhelming thought, direct and undeniable. The return, the harvest begins, and you, witness, are the gateway. The truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. I wasn't just a seed, I was a living, breathing part of the breach. My consciousness, linked by the seed, was amplifying their presence, weakening the veil around me, around this nexus. I was facilitating their entry. I was the key. The creature, this colossal being, was pulling itself through the vortex, its tendril-like limbs reaching out, grasping at this reality. The ground beneath me tore, fissures opening in the rocky soil. The roar of the hum became a cosmic scream. I had to stop it. I had to stop myself. But how? I was just a man, a park ranger. What could I do against a being from another dimension, a force that wielded unimaginable power? The fractal symbol on the creature's body, the one now imprinted on my mind, pulsed violently, growing in intensity. And then a new, horrifying realization. The symbol wasn't just on the creature, it was everywhere. Faintly outlined on the rocks of the Pentagon, shimmering in the very air of the silent uplands, woven into the fabric of this place. It was their sigil, their mark, their control. And the seeds, the one within me, began to glow, not with the external light of the creature, but with an internal, burning heat. My body felt like it was on fire, my veins coursing with an unfamiliar energy. The whisper became a command: open, yield, integrate. I fought back with every ounce of my will. I focused on the pain, on the fear, on the desperate need to resist. I was a human, not a gateway, not a key. But the push was immense. My mind felt like it was being stretched, torn, pulled in 1,000 directions. Images, knowledge, sensations that were not my own flooded my consciousness. I saw glimpses of other worlds, other dimensions, countless cycles of convergence, countless harvests. Our world was not unique. It was just another point on a vast, cosmic map. The creature was now half emerged, its terrifying, multi-eyed head slowly swiveling, assessing its new environment. Its gaze, now directed at me, was not just intelligent, but ancient, infinitely patient, utterly devoid of malice, yet filled with an undeniable purpose. It saw not a human, but a mechanism, a functioning part of its grand design. I looked at the ground, at the jagged rocks, at the swirling vortex. My camera was dead. My satellite phone was useless. I had no weapons, no tools, no scientific instruments to fight this. All I had was my consciousness, my will, and the terrifying, amplifying seed within me. A desperate, insane idea sparked in my mind. If I was the gateway, if the seed was the key, could I turn it off or reverse it? Could I break the connection? The concept of breaking something so fundamental, so alien, felt ludicrous. It was like trying to punch a black hole. But what was the alternative? To stand here and become a fully integrated part of their harvest, to watch as they poured into my world. I focused all my energy, all my newfound perception on the fractal symbol within me. I tried to understand its structure, its internal logic, not as a recipient, but as an analyst. It was a complex sequence, a pattern of energy flow, and where there was a flow, there could be a disruption. The creature paused, its emergence momentarily stalled, its many eyes narrowed, focusing on me. The whispers in my mind shifted from command to confusion, then to a flicker of alien irritation, resistance, unforeseen. My resistance was causing a momentary feedback loop, a ripple in their precise alignment. It was a tiny, insignificant tremor against a cosmic tide, but it was something. I pushed harder, focusing on the symbol, on the flow of energy it represented. If it was a channel, then it could be choked. If it was a circuit, it could be broken. I visualized the symbol not as a flat image, but as a three-dimensional construct of pure light and energy within my own being. I tried to twist it, to invert it, to disrupt its perfect symmetry. It was an act of pure mental effort, a battle of wills against an infinitely superior intelligence. The heat within me intensified, burning. My head felt like it was splitting apart. The colossal creature recoiled slightly, its shimmering form wavering as if struck by an invisible blow. The vortex in the center of the pentagon flickered, its swirling colors momentarily destabilized. The whispers in my mind became a roar of collective alien thought, interference. The conduit is corrupted, recalibrating. I was doing something, it was working. My resistance, my mental struggle, was disrupting the seed and through it, the nexus itself. But the effort was immense, crushing. My vision blurred. Blood began to trickle from my nose, from my ears. My body was screaming, pushed beyond its limits. I could feel the delicate balance of my own sanity fraying, threatening to snap. The creature surged forward, ignoring the flicker of the vortex, its multi-tendrilled limbs reaching for me. It was reacting, attempting to regain control, to stabilize the breach. It knew I was the source of the disruption. I had to be faster. I had to sever the connection completely. With a final, desperate surge of will, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror and a primal urge for survival, I focused on the seed, on the fractal pattern, and tore it. Not physically, but in my mind, in the energetic flow it represented. I visualized it shattering, exploding into countless shards of light. A deafening crack echoed through the silent uplands, not a sound from the rocks, but from within my own mind, from the very core of my being. The internal burning abruptly ceased, replaced by an agonizing cold that radiated through my entire body. My vision went white, the overwhelming roar of the hum vanished. The torrent of alien whispers was abruptly silenced, replaced by a profound, ringing emptiness. I collapsed, falling to my knees, my body trembling uncontrollably. Pain lanced through every fiber of my being, but it was a familiar human pain, a welcome return from the cosmic agony I had just endured. When my vision cleared, slowly, painstakingly, I looked up. The pentagon of shadowless rock still stood, dark and imposing, but the vast, swirling vortex in its center was gone. In its place, the air shimmered, but subtly, like a heat haze over asphalt. The crackling energy had vanished. The roar of the hum was reduced to a faint, distant thrum, felt more than heard, a gentle vibration in the earth. The colossal creature, it was gone. vanished. The silent uplands were silent once more, profoundly, eerily silent, but without the oppressive, preternatural weight it had held moments before. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, my body shaking violently, tears of pain and exhaustion streaming down my face. I had done it. I had somehow, impossibly, broken the link. I had severed the seed. But at what cost? My head throbbed, a relentless drumbeat against my skull. My nose and ears were still bleeding faintly. I felt utterly drained, physically and mentally, as if every ounce of my life force had been expended in that desperate struggle. I tried to sit up, but my muscles refused to obey. I slumped back, staring at the sky. The sun was still high, its light washing over the silent, shadowless rocks. They looked inert, dormant, just as Widow's Peak had after my return and the Whispering Stone after my violent ejection. I had pushed them back, I had closed the gateway, but for how long? And was the seed truly gone, or merely dormant within me, waiting for another convergence, another alignment, another breach? The memory of the creature's form, its multifaceted eyes, the fractal symbol, was seared into my mind. I had touched something vast and terrible. I had stared into the heart of the void, and I had, against all odds, retreated. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a survivor, a veteran of an impossible war, scarred by an alien encounter that defied all human comprehension. The Blackwood Mountains were still my home, but they were also a battleground, a fragile borderland between realities. My journey had taken a terrifying turn from seeking to fighting, and the fight, I knew, was far from over. This wasn't a victory, it was merely a reprieve. I lay there for a long time, listening to the silence, feeling the faint, lingering hum in the earth. The world felt different, changed, and so was I. The seed might be severed, but its shadow remained. The veil had been stretched, thinned, and I had seen what lay beyond, and it had seen me. I slowly, painstakingly, pushed myself up, wincing from the pain. I had to move. I had to get away from the nexus, away from the shadowless rocks. I had to find a new sanctuary, a place to heal, to process, to prepare. Because I knew with a cold, terrifying certainty that they would return. And next time I would need more than just sheer will to fight them. Next time they would be expecting me. The raw, human pain of my bleeding nose and ears, the throbbing behind my eyes, was a strange comfort. It anchored me, pulled me back from the precipice of alien horrors to the simple agony of my own body. The silence of the silent uplands was no longer oppressive, but vast, echoing. The air, though still thin and cold, didn't crackle with that malevolent energy. The colossal creature, the vortex, the overwhelming whispers, all gone, as if swallowed by a sudden cosmic amnesia. But I knew it wasn't forgotten, not by them and certainly not by me. My body screamed in protest as I forced myself to stand. Every muscle trembled. My head spun, threatening to send me tumbling back to the rocky ground, but I had to move. The nexus, dormant though it seemed, was a wound in reality. Lingering here felt like inviting a relapse, like tempting fate. I stumbled away from the pentagon of shadowless stones, my eyes scanning the surrounding terrain with a new, frantic urgency. The twisted pines and jagged outcrops seemed to watch me, silent witnesses to an impossible event. I descended from the plateau slowly, painstakingly, each step a battle against exhaustion and disorientation. The magnetic anomaly still affected my GPS, showing wild readings, but my internal compass, my newly heightened spatial awareness, seemed to guide me with an eerie accuracy. I moved away from any discernible trails, heading deeper into the uncharted wilderness, seeking a place where I could truly disappear. The journey was a blur of pain and forced movement. I didn't know how far I walked, only that I kept putting one foot in front of the other, driven by a primal need for distance. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. The familiar chill of the Blackwood's night began to creep in. I needed shelter. I found it in a secluded, overgrown cave, hidden behind a curtain of ancient, moss-draped hemlocks. It was small, damp, and smelled of earth and bat guano, but it was shelter. I collapsed inside, pulling my emergency blanket around me, my body shaking uncontrollably. My electronics were still dead, utterly unresponsive. The complete silence of my shortwave radio, my phone, my camera, was a stark reminder of the sheer power I had faced. I spent the next few days in a haze of recovery, both physical and mental. The cave became my refuge. I treated my bleeding nose and ears with antiseptic wipes from my first aid kit, thankful for the basic supplies. The lump on my head was tender but healing. My body, a roadmap of bruises and aches, slowly began to knit itself back together. But the mental wounds were deeper. Sleep was elusive, haunted by the images of the creature, the vortex, and the terrifying, ancient knowledge that had flooded my mind. The harvest, the convergence, the return, these words, imbued with alien meaning, echoed in the silent chambers of my consciousness. I replayed the confrontation at the Nexus over and over, trying to understand how I had done it, how I had managed to break the connection, to tear the seed. It felt less like an act of will and more like a desperate, impossible fluke. The severance of the seed left an aching void within me. It was like losing a phantom limb, a part of my being that had suddenly been ripped away. But in its place, a residual sensitivity remained. My senses were still heightened, though less overwhelming. I could still perceive the subtle energy fields, the deeper rhythms of the forest, but now it was a whisper, not a roar. The fractal symbol, though no longer glowing in my mind's eye, was etched into my memory, a ghost image on the periphery of my vision. This new perception was both a blessing and a curse. It made me a better tracker, a more aware presence in the wilderness. I could identify edible plants and safe water sources with uncanny accuracy, sense the subtle shift in wind that signaled an approaching animal or storm. But it also meant the world was no longer simply perceived. It was felt. Every ripple in the stream, every rustle of leaves, every distant crack of thunder resonated with a new, profound intensity. And sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I would catch faint echoes of the hum, a phantom thrum in the earth, a reminder that the veil was still thin, that they were still out there. The silence of my electronics was a pressing concern. I couldn't risk revealing my location by trying to find a signal for my satellite phone. But without maps, without my camera to document, without my computer to analyze, I felt crippled. I needed to move, to find a way to reestablish some connection to the human world, even if only indirectly. After a week of recuperation, I felt strong enough to move again. My destination, a long-abandoned fire lookout tower on a remote peak known as Raven's Watch. It was higher than most mountains in the immediate area, giving it a better chance of catching faint signals. More importantly, it had an old hand-cranked generator and a rudimentary weather station, components that might offer a clue to repairing my own gear, or at least scavenging some spare parts. It was a risky detour, exposing myself to the possibility of being spotted, but I felt an urgent need for information, for a means to understand what I had faced. The journey to Raven's Watch was a grueling climb. The terrain was steep and unforgiving, but my enhanced stamina and awareness made it manageable. I moved with a new kind of efficiency, a fluidity that felt almost alien. I caught my reflection in a still mountain pool one afternoon. My face was gaunt, my eyes intense, but there was a new kind of alertness, a coiled energy that hadn't been there before. The ranger in me was still present, but overlaid with something else, something more. As I neared the summit of Raven's Watch, the familiar, unsettling signs of anomaly returned. My compass, though functional, began to fluctuate subtly, its needle twitching with an almost imperceptible unease. The air grew still, the natural sounds of the forest fading into a muted quiet. No roaring hum, no blinding flashes, but a palpable sense of presence. The lookout tower stood sentinel on the rocky peak, a stark wooden structure silhouetted against the vast sky. It looked older, more weathered than I remembered, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling. I cautiously approached, my senses on high alert. There was no shadowless rock, no shimmering portal here, but something was off. The very atmosphere around the tower felt heavy, charged. As I reached the base, my skin prickled with an electric sensation, like static electricity before a storm. My enhanced senses registered faint, pulsating energy fields radiating from the ground beneath the tower. Not as intense as the Nexus, but definitely there. This wasn't just an old lookout tower. It was built on an anomalous hotspot. Had the original builders known, or had they, like the miners, been subtly influenced to construct it in a place of significance? The tower's position offered an unobstructed panoramic view of the entire Blackwood Range, a perfect vantage point. For what? For whom? I forced open the rusted door at the base of the tower and climbed the creaking stairs, my hand gripping the splintered railing. The interior was dusty, cobweb-laden, a relic of a bygone era. The old generator sat in a corner, covered in grime. The shortwave radio, a larger, older model than my portable one, sat on a rickety desk. I examined my dead electronics first. My camera, my satellite phone, even my headlamp, all completely unresponsive. The solar charger yielded no results. Whatever energy burst had come from the Nexus had fried their internal components beyond repair. This was a significant setback. I was truly cut off. Frustration surged, followed by a cold resolve. No matter, I would adapt. I turned my attention to the tower's generator. It was old but simple. After a thorough inspection, I found that its basic mechanics were sound, just in need of maintenance. I scavenged some tools, found an old can of oil, and painstakingly worked for hours, cleaning, tightening, and lubricating the ancient engine. As I worked, the subtle energy pulses emanating from the ground grew more noticeable, a faint, rhythmic thrum beneath my boots. It wasn't the roaring intensity of the Nexus, but a steady, almost melodic vibration, and with it, faint whispers began to surface in my mind. Not the torrent of alien thought from the Nexus, but fragmented echoes like distant radio static. Observation, alignment, tracking. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a random anomaly. This tower, built on this spot, was an observation post for them. I ignored the chilling implication and focused on the generator. I managed to get it sputtering to life, coughing out thick plumes of black smoke before settling into a steady, if noisy, rumble. With the generator running, I powered up the tower's ancient shortwave radio. The static filled the small cabin, a comforting white noise after the oppressive silence. I began to tune, slowly, carefully, scanning through frequencies. I picked up faint signals, snippets of human voices, distant music, crackling news reports, civilization, so close yet so impossibly far. Then I stumbled upon a frequency that wasn't quite static, nor was it human. It was a rhythmic pulse, a series of complex, repeating patterns of clicks and whistles like an impossibly fast Morse code. It was alien, and it was transmitting from somewhere within the Blackwoods. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this their communication, their network? Was it somehow linked to the observation capability of this tower? I listened intently, trying to discern any pattern, any meaning. The fractal symbol, seared into my memory, flickered in my mind, almost as if it were a key to understanding this alien language. The whispers intensified, becoming more focused, though still fragmented, scanning, receiving, preparing. This was it, proof they were communicating, they were observing, and they were preparing. I spent hours recording the signal using my old hand-cranked tape recorder that I'd found in the tower. It was slow, laborious work, but vital. If I could understand their communication, even partially, it might give me an edge. As I recorded, I also tuned to other, more mundane frequencies, searching for any news about the Blackwoods. I learned that there had been an increased number of unusual weather phenomena, localized, unexplained lightning storms, sudden fogs that appeared and dissipated without warning, strange atmospheric disturbances, and more unsettlingly, reports of missing hikers, isolated campers, people who simply vanished without a trace. An increase, they said. The harvest, it wasn't just a prophecy, it was happening right now in my mountains. The news reports were dismissive, attributing the disappearances to natural hazards, to the inherent dangers of the wilderness. They didn't understand. They couldn't. One particular report caught my attention. A small, independent research team from a nearby university had vanished near the western edge of the park, close to Widow's Peak. They were reportedly investigating unusual geological formations. My blood ran cold. Had they stumbled upon another gateway? Were they part of the harvest? The implications were staggering. If the seed in me had allowed me to interact with the Nexus, to perceive and disrupt their plans, then perhaps the seed wasn't meant to be an implant for them to control, but a method for me to interface, to fight. The creature called me the witness, the guide, the harbinger. What if these weren't just titles of a victim, but of an active participant in some cosmic scheme? I needed to understand the seed more deeply. What if it wasn't a form of infection, but a mutation, a terrifying evolution? And if I could harness it, could I use it against them? The days blurred into a routine of monitoring the alien signal, researching old maps and folklore for other potential anomaly sites, and training my enhanced perceptions. I would climb the tower, looking out at the vast, silent expanse of the Blackwoods, trying to discern patterns, connections, the invisible threads that link the gateways together. I drew the fractal symbol repeatedly, trying to reverse engineer its logic, its purpose. The alien signal intensified over time, becoming less like static and more like a discernible stream of information. I couldn't understand the content, but the complexity, the sheer density of it, suggested a highly intelligent communication network. It felt like they were actively mapping, tracking, processing information about our world. And if this tower was one of their observation points, then they were always watching. I began to experiment with my own internal state, trying to consciously access the residual capabilities of the severed seed. I focused on the faint hum in the earth, attempting to trace its source. I concentrated on the subtle energy fields, trying to manipulate them, even in the smallest way. It was like trying to flex a muscle I didn't know I possessed. One afternoon, while meditating on the tower's platform, the air grew heavy, thick with a familiar, sweet, ozone-like scent. The whispers, which had been distant, now grew clearer, more insistent, proximity recognition connection. My head snapped up. I scanned the horizon. Nothing, no shimmering, no shadowless rocks, but the presence was palpable, growing stronger, radiating from somewhere below the peak. Panic flared. Had they found me? Were they coming for me? I descended the tower quickly, grabbing my pack. My shortwave radio was still running, emitting the alien signal, but it was now laced with an agitated, erratic burst of clicks and whistles. They were reacting to something, reacting to me. I crept away from the tower, moving through the dense undergrowth, my heart pounding. The scent of ozone grew stronger. My internal senses were screaming, pulling me towards a specific direction, deeper into the side of Raven's Watch Peak. I rounded a cluster of ancient boulders, and there it was. Not a rock, not a gateway, but a structure. It was small, no larger than a collapsed shack nestled in a secluded hollow. Its walls were made of rough, dark stone, overgrown with moss and ivy, almost blending into the natural landscape. But it wasn't natural. Its angles were subtly wrong, its construction too precise, too ordered. It was a miniature echo of the impossible geometries I had glimpsed in the alien dimension. And at its center, embedded in the ground, was a small, dark stone, only about 3 feet tall, barely visible amidst the weeds. But it was there. Its surface was rough, unrefined, yet it radiated the same faint, internal glow I remembered from the Whispering Stone, and it cast no shadow. This was a miniature gateway, a smaller, more localized anomaly, a micro-breach. The whispers flooded my mind, clearer now, almost coherent. Node, conduit, stabilizing. This small stone, this tiny gateway, was a focal point, a minor nexus, and it was active. The air around it shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion. My eyes fell upon the strange, dark stone walls of the structure itself. They were covered in faint, almost imperceptible etchings. As I drew closer, my enhanced vision made them clear, the fractal symbol, everywhere, carved into the stone, woven into the very structure of the building. It was their architectural signature. This wasn't just a gate. This was a shrine, a small, intricate mechanism designed to draw upon the anomaly to stabilize a localized breach. It was a smaller version of the Nexus, perhaps used for reconnaissance, for micro-harvests, for subtle infiltrations. As I stared at the etched fractal symbols, a chilling realization dawned. The seed in me, the severed connection, it wasn't just internal. It was a universal symbol for them, a language, and perhaps a key. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched one of the fractal etchings on the dark stone wall. A jolt of pure energy surged through me, not painful but overwhelming. My mind reeled, assaulted by a flood of alien information, a torrent of whispers that almost drove me to my knees. Memory, protocol, alignment. This wasn't just a symbol, it was a circuit, a conduit. The seed within me, dormant though it seemed, resonated with the symbol on the wall. It was like touching a live wire, and finding my own hand was a conductor. I was linked, not to them, not to their minds, but to their technology, to their mechanisms. Through the flood of information, I saw images, blueprints, schematics. The purpose of these nodes, they weren't just passive gateways, they were tools, instruments, and they could be activated, controlled. With a sudden, terrifying clarity, I understood. The tower, its anomalous energy, this small shrine, this micro-breach, It was all part of a vast, interconnected system, a network, and the fractal symbol was its interface. The creature had called me the witness, the guide, the harbinger. What if the seed wasn't meant for my destruction, but for my use? What if it was their inadvertent gift, a tool that I could now wield against them? My breath hitched. This was insane, but the thought, once planted, refused to leave. I focused on the symbol again, not just seeing it, but feeling its energetic flow, its internal logic. I remembered my desperate attempt to tear the seed at the nexus. Now I tried something different. I tried to interface with it, to understand it. I placed both hands on the etched symbol, closing my eyes, allowing the subtle energy to flow through me. The whispers intensified, no longer a cacophony, but a structured flow of information. I could perceive the node's function. It was drawing subtle energies from the environment, using them to stabilize the micro-breach, allowing for localized observation and occasional, small-scale manifestations. And then I found it, a pattern within the pattern, a control mechanism, an activation sequence. It was alien, terrifying, but it was also logical. It was technology, albeit incomprehensible technology. I visualized manipulating the energy flow, not tearing it, but redirecting it, like rerouting a circuit or turning a valve. I focused on the internal glow of the small shadowless stone, on the subtle shimmer of the microbreach. With a surge of intense mental effort, I mentally pushed, redirecting the energy, disrupting the node's equilibrium. A faint, high-pitched whine emanated from the small stone, similar to the sound from the whispering stone, but much, much fainter. The shimmering distortion around it flickered, intensifying for a moment, then rapidly fading. The internal glow of the stone pulsed erratically, then dimmed, becoming almost invisible. The whispers in my mind abruptly ceased. The pervasive ozone scent dissipated. The heavy charge in the air around the small structure vanished. I opened my eyes, gasping. The small shadowless stone now looked like any other weathered rock, its internal glow extinguished. The air around it was still. The microbreach was gone. The structure itself felt inert, its purpose somehow suspended. I had done it. I had deactivated a node. A minor one, certainly, but a node nonetheless. Exhilaration surged through me, mixed with a chilling sense of dread. I was not just a victim. I was not just a survivor. I was becoming something else. Something capable of interacting with their technology, their network. The cost was immense. My head throbbed with renewed intensity. My body felt weak, drained, as if I had run a marathon, but I had proof that the seed, or whatever remained of it, was a weapon, a tool. This changed everything. My mission was no longer just about finding gateways and observing. It was about finding their nodes, understanding their network, and figuring out how to shut them down, one by one. I spent the next few days dissecting the structure, the now inert small stone. The fractal symbols, once pulsating with hidden energy, were now just carvings. The stone itself, when I examined it, felt strangely cold, devoid of the subtle warmth that had characterized the active rocks. It was like a dead battery. I climbed back to the lookout tower. The alien signal on the shortwave radio was gone, replaced by pure static. My deactivation of the nearby node had had a direct, immediate effect on their communication network in this sector. It was a small victory, but a significant one. It proved the interconnectedness, and it proved my capability. This was a new phase of the fight. I couldn't rebuild my electronics, but I could learn to sense, to perceive, to interface directly with their technology. My consciousness had become my most powerful tool, my most dangerous weapon. My goal now was clear. I had to map their network, find every node, every gateway, every observation post. I needed to understand the full extent of their penetration, the scale of their harvest. And then I had to shut them down, all of them. But where to start? The Blackwood Mountains were vast. I had only my old, incomplete maps, my folklore books, and my newly calibrated senses. I spread out my maps on the tower's rickety desk. I marked Widow's Peak, the Whispering Stone, and the Nexus at Silent Uplands. Now I added the location of the deactivated node at Raven's Watch. As I stared at the marks, a faint pattern began to emerge. The locations weren't random. They seemed to form a rough line, or perhaps an arc, across a significant portion of the Blackwoods. Was this a strategic deployment, a line of advance? I consulted my old geological surveys again, looking for any other magnetic anomalies, unusual geological formations, or even strange ley lines that might align with the pattern. The folklore books also held tantalizing clues, old tales of shadow paths, ghost roads, and places where the land breathed strange air. These weren't just stories anymore, they were potential coordinates. The realization hit me. They were using the natural energy conduits of the Earth. The subtle electromagnetic currents, the geological fault lines, the unique mineral deposits, these weren't just anomalies, they were channels. And their rocks, their nodes, were tap points, drawing on these energies to thin the veil to maintain their presence. If I could find these natural conduits, I could find their network. This meant moving through some of the most remote and dangerous parts of the Blackwoods, areas rarely visited by humans, areas where the veil was likely already thin. My internal transformation continued to unfold. My enhanced perceptions grew more refined, less overwhelming. I could now distinguish between the natural energy flows of the Earth and the subtle, artificial pulses of their nodes. I could feel their presence from a greater distance, a faint dissonance in the natural symphony of the wilderness. But there was a new, unsettling development. The fractal symbol, though not glowing, was becoming a permanent fixture in my mind's eye. It was like a transparent overlay on my vision, subtly filtering my perception. Sometimes I would glimpse faint outlines of the symbol in the natural world, in the patterns of moss on a tree, in the crystalline structure of a rock, in the swirling currents of a stream. It was as if their fundamental geometry was bleeding into my own reality, or perhaps my reality was now being interpreted through their lens. Was the seed truly severed, or had it merely shifted, transforming me into something more profound, more connected? The thought was a chilling companion. I began to prepare for my journey, a grand expedition into the heart of the anomalous Blackwoods. I needed to be self-sufficient for weeks, if not months. Food, water filtration, medical supplies, and my now invaluable collection of maps and books. I crafted crude tools from scavenged materials, learned to navigate by the stars and the subtle energy flows rather than by a dead compass or GPS. I was becoming truly wild, a ghost in the mountains, fueled by a singular, desperate purpose. My first target, a cluster of ancient standing stones marked on an old park survey, deep within a notoriously treacherous valley known as the Whispering Chasm. Local legends claimed the stones had been placed by sky people and that those who lingered there heard voices from beyond. It sounded exactly like another gateway, another node. The journey was a test of endurance and nerve. I navigated precipitous cliffs, dense, impassable thickets, and treacherous river crossings. My heightened senses were constantly active, scanning for any sign of their presence, any subtle distortion in the environment. As I descended into the whispering chasm, the air grew still and heavy, the natural sounds fading into an almost complete silence. The trees here were ancient and massive, their branches intertwined overhead, forming a perpetual twilight gloom. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of decaying leaves and moss. And then I felt it, the unmistakable hum. Faint at first, a distant thrumming in the earth, then growing in intensity with every step. The whispers, too, began to seep into my mind, fragmented, elusive, but undeniably present, echoes resonating, drawing. My heart pounded with a familiar mix of dread and grim determination. I was on the right track. I pushed through a curtain of thick ivy and stepped into a clearing. It was a desolate, circular space ringed by ancient, gnarled trees, and at its center stood the standing stones. There were 7 of them arranged in a large, uneven circle, each stone approximately 8 to 10 feet tall, rough-hewn and weathered by millennia. They were dark, almost black, and their surfaces, like all the other rocks, seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And each one, without exception, cast no shadow. The ground within the circle was bathed in that same uniform, shadowless light, even in the perpetual gloom of the chasm. The air in the center shimmered, a visible distortion, more pronounced than the micro-breach at Raven's Watch, but less intense than the Nexus. This was an active gateway, larger than the Whispering Stone, smaller than the Nexus, a significant node. But what truly made me freeze was not the stones themselves, but what lay around them. The clearing was littered with bones. Animal bones, picked clean and bleached white, scattered haphazardly across the shadowless ground. Deer, elk, bear, and smaller creatures. And among them, disturbingly, were larger, thicker bones, unmistakably human. Femurs, ribs, fragments of skulls, all picked clean, all ancient. This wasn't just a place of observation or subtle influence. This was a harvesting ground, a place where the veil was thin enough for them to take physical specimens. The whispers intensified, becoming clearer: consumption, assimilation, nourishment. My blood ran cold, the sheer, chilling indifference of it. The harvest wasn't just about energy or knowledge. It was literal. They were taking living beings. I surveyed the gruesome scene, my enhanced senses reeling from the raw, primal energy emanating from the stones. The fractal symbol pulsed in my mind, a burning awareness. This was a larger node, more complex, more deeply rooted. I needed to shut it down. I approached the outermost stone, my hand trembling as I reached out to touch its rough surface. The moment my fingers made contact, a flood of information surged into my mind, overwhelming and dizzying. It was a chaotic mix of biological data, energy signatures, and alien command structures. This node wasn't just for passive observation. It was actively processing biological material, converting it, assimilating it. The whispers roared, accusing interference, the conduit rejects, unauthorized access. My previous act of deactivating the microbreach had marked me. They knew. My presence here, my interaction with their node, was a direct challenge. I pushed through the mental assault, focusing on the fractal symbol within me, the core of my new ability. I tried to interface with the stone to understand its internal mechanisms, its energy flow. This was more complex than the Raven's watch node. It had multiple interlocking circuits, multiple points of draw and conversion. My head throbbed a familiar pain. My nose began to bleed again, a warm trickle down my lip. This was taking a heavy toll, but I had to do it. I focused on the central structure of the node, visualizing the 7 stones not as individual entities, but as a single, interconnected system. They formed a circuit, channeling energy into the central shimmering void, which was less a portal and more a processing unit. The whispers in my mind shifted, becoming a collective roar of alien thought, a desperate struggle against my intrusion. Intruder, abort, stabilize. I ignored them, channeling my will, my newfound ability, into the intricate energy patterns of the stones. I felt the delicate balance of their operation, the flow of gathered biological essence, the constant connection to their network. I tried to invert the flow to break the circuit. The stones began to hum, a low, guttural vibration that resonated through the clearing. The bones on the ground rattled, stirred by the tremors. The shimmering void in the center of the circle pulsed erratically, its distortion twisting and contracting. I pushed harder, focusing every ounce of my will. My vision blurred. The pain was immense, a burning agony behind my eyes at the base of my skull. I could feel the energy surging through me, a destructive feedback loop threatening to tear my own consciousness apart. And then, just as I felt myself on the verge of collapse, a faint, internal crack echoed in my mind, not as deafening as at the Nexus, but distinct. The humming from the stones abruptly ceased. The shimmering distortion in the center of the circle flickered, then vanished completely. The internal glow of the stones dimmed, becoming inert dark. The whispers in my mind were abruptly silenced, replaced by a profound, ringing emptiness. I slumped against the stone, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. Blood streamed from my nose and ears, splattering onto the rough surface of the stone. I was weak, drained, but I had done it again. The whispering chasm was silent. The 7 shadowless stones stood dark and inert, just rough-hewn rock. The bone-littered clearing, though still gruesome, no longer thrummed with the insidious energy of the harvest. I had shut down another node, another gateway, another processing unit. But the cost was increasing. Each deactivation was more draining, more taxing on my system. The next one might break me. I pulled myself away from the deactivated stone, stumbling back to the edge of the clearing. I needed to recover. I needed to understand what this cost truly meant. Was I destroying myself in the process? I looked around the chasm at the ancient trees, the dark stones, the scattered bones. I was alone. A single human waging a silent war against an incomprehensible cosmic enemy. The Blackwood Mountains, once my refuge, had become my battlefield, my proving ground. The fractal symbol still shimmered faintly in my peripheral vision, a constant reminder of my altered state. The question persisted, was it truly severed, or had I merely learned to control it, to turn its power back on its source? Was I becoming more human or less? I knew my actions were having an impact. They knew I was out there, and they would be searching for me. The silence of the chasm was a temporary reprieve. I had a long way to go, many more nodes to find, many more battles to fight. The harvest was vast, their network intricate, but I had found their weakness. I had found my weapon. I began to move slowly, painstakingly away from the deactivated node, seeking higher ground, a new sanctuary. The fight was far from over. It had only just begun, and the wilderness, silent and vast, was holding its breath. The raw pain of deactivating the Whispering Chasm node was a fresh scar on my already battered mind and body. My vision swam with residual static, and the taste of blood was acrid on my tongue. I pressed a hand to my throbbing temple, trying to anchor myself in the now silent reality of the chasm. The ground beneath me no longer vibrated with alien energy, but the memory of that insidious hum and the grotesque purpose of the bone-littered clearing clung to me like a shroud. I was effective, but each victory left me more fractured, more uncertain of the line between myself and the very thing I fought. I needed to get out. The clearing, with its grim bounty of bones, felt like a tomb. My legs, still trembling, somehow found the strength to carry me away from the deactivated stones. I moved with a practiced caution, my senses strained not just for external threats, but for any signs of internal collapse. My body was a battlefield, and the enemy was both external and deeply, unsettlingly woven into my own being. My immediate priority was recovery and finding a new, safer sanctuary. The deep woods offered a measure of anonymity, but no true safety. I climbed out of the Whispering Chasm, a grueling ascent that tested every fiber of my being. The natural sounds of the forest slowly returned, a welcome chorus after the preternatural silence, but my ears, still ringing faintly, picked up subtle dissonances, almost inaudible shifts in the energy fields that told me the Blackwoods were still alive with their presence. My efforts had only quieted a small part of their network, not silenced it entirely. I found a small, hidden alcove beneath a cascading waterfall, its constant roar masking any lesser sounds. It was a cold, damp refuge, but the pure, rushing water offered a strange sense of cleansing. I spent days there, forcing down my meager rations, allowing my body to knit itself back together. Sleep was still a battleground, filled with fractal nightmares and flashes of alien geometries, but the dreams were less overwhelming, more like fragmented memories than active assaults. During my recovery, I focused on understanding the fractal symbol that was now a permanent, translucent overlay on my vision. It wasn't just a mental image, it was a lens through which I perceived the world. I could see faint patterns of it in the veins of leaves, the swirling water, the arrangement of pebbles on the stream bed. It was as if I was now seeing the fundamental code of reality, or at least the code they used to interpret and manipulate it. This symbol, once a mark of their control, now felt like an unexpected gift, a new language. I realized that the severed seed wasn't truly gone. It had evolved. It was less a part of them and more a part of me, a mutation that granted me access to their operating system. My consciousness was still the interface, but now I had more control. I wasn't just disrupting their energy, I was beginning to reprogram it. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. What else could I do? What else was I becoming? With renewed strength, my mission consumed me. I had to map their network, understand its full scope. My old maps, marked with my crude excess, became my guide. I drew connections, hypothesized patterns. The locations I had found: Widow's Peak, Whispering Stone, Silent Uplands, Raven's Watch, Whispering Chasm, seemed to form a loose, irregular arc, extending across a large section of the Blackwood Mountains. It looked like a front line, or perhaps a series of staging points for a larger invasion. My next target was an area known in local lore as the Sunken Cathedral. Old lumberjack tales spoke of a valley where massive, ancient trees grew in perfect, impossibly straight rows, forming avenues that led to a central clearing where the very air was said to hum. It was far deeper into the untouched wilderness, an arduous trek through dense, trackless forests. The journey was long, taxing, but my enhanced stamina and navigation skills, honed by instinct and the subtle energy flows I could now perceive, guided me with uncanny accuracy. I moved like a phantom through the woods, barely disturbing the undergrowth. I learned to hunt small game with primitive snares and identify medicinal plants, becoming more and more attuned to the wilderness. Civilization, with its dead electronics and irrelevant concerns, felt like a distant, fading dream. My reality was here, in the raw, primal embrace of the mountains, with the alien threat looming. As I approached the sunken cathedral, the shift in the environment became unmistakable. The trees, ancient and colossal, grew in geometric precision, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air grew still, the forest sounds muffled, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in my chest. It wasn't the roaring intensity of the nexus, nor the desperate thrum of the whispering chasm, but a steady, powerful resonance, a sustained chord of alien energy. The whispers began, a slow, methodical influx of information into my mind. Not fragmented chaos, but almost a monologue, cold and calculating, growth, expansion, cultivation. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a gate or a harvesting ground. This was a nursery. I pushed through a final curtain of ancient, moss-draped branches and stepped into the clearing of the sunken cathedral. It was breathtakingly alien. The clearing was vast, almost perfectly circular, ringed by the impossibly straight, towering trees. But the trees weren't the main feature. At the center, rising from the earth, was a single, colossal monolith. It was unlike any rock I had encountered before. Easily 30 feet tall, obsidian black, and perfectly smooth, its surface shimmered with an internal, faint metallic blue light. It was exquisitely carved with intricate patterns, not just the fractal symbol, but a myriad of complex, geometric designs that seemed to shift and flow as I looked at them. It was a masterpiece of alien engineering, chilling in its perfection. And of course, it cast no shadow. The ground around it, within the clearing, was likewise bathed in shadowless light. The air shimmered visibly around the monolith, a more pronounced distortion than any I had seen outside the nexus. And from the top of the monolith, extending upwards into the perpetually dim sky, was a column of faint, metallic blue energy, almost imperceptible but undeniably there. But it was the ground itself that truly horrified me. All around the monolith, in perfectly spaced, concentric circles, were thousands of small, dark, crystalline growths. They were only a few inches tall, but each one pulsed with the same faint, internal blue light as the monolith. They were like seedlings, an alien crop pushing up from the earth. And as I looked closer, I could see that each growth was subtly patterned with the fractal symbol, miniaturized, yet perfectly formed. This was what the whispers meant: growth, expansion, cultivation. This was where they were manufacturing their nodes, their conduits, their seeds. This was their factory, their propagation center. My mind reeled. This wasn't just about breaches and harvests. They were actively terraforming our world, planting their presence, weaving their network into the very fabric of the planet. I approached the colossal monolith, my hands trembling. The hum intensified, vibrating through my very bones. The whispers became a chorus, a chant of chilling intent: propagate, integrate, absorb. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the monolith. A surge of energy unlike anything I had felt before coursed through me. It wasn't chaotic or painful, it was structured, methodical, a vast river of alien data. I saw blueprints, genetic code, material synthesis, energy distribution patterns. This monolith was a central processor, guiding the growth of the smaller crystalline nodes around it. Through the flood of information, I understood. Each of those small growths was a potential micro-breach, a tiny tap point. Once mature, they could be deployed, planted across the Blackwoods, across the world, exponentially expanding their network. And the energy column extending from the top, it wasn't just for show. It was a directed energy beam, constantly scanning the surrounding environment, assessing optimal locations for new nodes, identifying areas of high geological energy, preparing for mass deployment. This was a critical blow against their larger plan. If I could shut this down, I could stop the proliferation of their nodes, prevent their exponential expansion. The whispers in my mind shifted, becoming a sudden roar of alarm: interference, source identified, initiate countermeasure. My previous deactivations had alerted them. My presence here was a direct threat. They were reacting. I focused on the fractal symbol within me, the conduit to their technology. This monolith was immensely powerful, more complex than anything I had tackled before. It wasn't just about breaking a circuit, it was about dismantling a central nervous system. I had to understand its entire operational matrix. I closed my eyes, allowing the alien data to wash over me, filtering it, analyzing it with my newly enhanced perception. I saw the energy flows, the crystalline growth patterns, the communication links to the deeper parts of their network. It was like reverse engineering an alien supercomputer. The ground beneath me began to tremble, a deep, resonant tremor that made the ancient trees sway. The hum intensified to a deafening roar, not just in my mind, but physically, shaking the very air. The small crystalline growths all around me began to pulse with a more rapid, intense blue light, almost vibrating themselves free from the earth. I pushed back, my will straining against the immense power of the monolith. I visualized the complex energy circuits, the propagation protocols. I needed to disrupt the central processing unit, to sever its connection to the propagating nodes and then to its deeper network. My body screamed in protest. Blood streamed from my nose and ears, a hot torrent down my face. My head felt like it was splitting apart, my consciousness stretching, tearing at the seams. This was more demanding than the Nexus, more raw, more dangerous. I was fighting against a fundamental, active process of their invasion. The monolith began to crackle with visible blue energy, arcs of lightning dancing across its smooth surface. The air grew thick with ozone, a violent storm brewing around me, though the sky remained obscured by the dense canopy. The whispers became a frantic, desperate chorus, a collective scream of alien thought: system collapse, containment failure, retaliate. I ignored the agony, ignored the frantic alien cries. I focused, pushing harder, pouring every ounce of my will, my transformed consciousness into the heart of the monolith's operating system. I visualized the core protocols fragmenting, the energy distribution channels collapsing, the propagation signals reversing. With a final, desperate surge of pure, unadulterated will, I forced the collapse. A deafening shatter ripped through the sunken cathedral, not a physical sound, but an internal mental explosion that felt like my skull was being torn asunder. The overwhelming hum vanished, replaced by an absolute profound silence. The crackling blue energy dissipated. The thousands of small crystalline growths around me, which had been pulsing with intense light, suddenly dimmed, shriveled, and crumbled to dust, as if their life force had been abruptly extinguished. The monolith itself, its smooth, dark surface, now looked inert, its internal blue shimmer gone, its intricate carvings suddenly lifeless. The column of blue energy extending upwards from its apex flickered, then vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. My body felt like an empty husk, utterly drained, ravaged by the sheer expenditure of energy. The pain was immense, an all-consuming fire that raged through every cell. Blood poured from my nose, ears, and now my eyes. My vision swam with crimson and residual flashes of fractal light. I had done it. I had destroyed their propagation center. I had prevented an exponential surge of their influence. But the cost was immense, unimaginable. I lay there, bleeding, shivering, staring at the inert monolith, the dust of the alien seeds around me. I had struck a major blow, but I feared I had shattered something within myself in the process. The silence of the sunken cathedral was total, absolute. Even the gentle rustle of leaves was gone, as if the forest itself held its breath in the aftermath. I was alone, isolated by my power and my agony. My hands, covered in my own blood, still tingled with residual energy. The fractal symbol, though not glowing, was etched into my very being, a phantom limb that throbbed with the memory of power. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a weapon, forged in the fires of an alien invasion, slowly consuming myself with each strike. I forced myself to move, to crawl away from the monolith. My vision was blurry, my mind a storm of pain and fragmented alien echoes. I found a secluded hollow beneath the roots of one of the impossibly straight trees, burrowing deep, seeking darkness and respite. The recovery from the sunken cathedral was the hardest yet. Days blurred into a haze of fever and pain. My body was in rebellion, trying to heal from an energy drain that felt more profound than any physical wound. My internal compass, my connection to the energy flows, was severely disrupted, flickering erratically. I felt disoriented, adrift. But as the fever subsided, a new realization dawned. The alien knowledge, the blueprints and schematics I had glimpsed within the monolith, they weren't entirely gone. Fragments remained, echoing in the quiet corners of my mind, not just understanding how to deactivate their nodes, but understanding how they worked. Their internal logic, their energy signatures, their communication protocols. This was a profound shift. I was no longer just disrupting their network, I was starting to truly comprehend it. It was like learning a new language, an alien physics, and with comprehension came potential. The fractal symbol in my mind's eye began to stabilize, no longer flickering erratically, but solid, permanent. It was less an overlay and more a part of my fundamental perception. I could now consciously filter my vision through it, seeing the faint energy patterns of the world with a new clarity. I could differentiate between the natural flows of the earth and the subtle, artificial signatures of their remaining nodes. My heightened senses, though still acute, had become more manageable, less overwhelming. It was like a finely tuned instrument rather than a cacophony. I could pinpoint the direction of a faint hum, detect the lingering charge of a residual anomaly, even sense the subtle shifts in the air currents that indicated a distant, unseen breach. I was changing, evolving. The seed, or whatever it had become, was irrevocably altering my humanity. I was faster, stronger, more resilient. My senses were beyond anything human. My mind was a bridge between two realities. But at what cost to my soul? Was there still a me left under all this alien programming? I knew they were searching for me. My actions at the sunken cathedral would have sent shockwaves through their network. I was no longer an unforeseen resistance. I was a specific, targeted threat. They would adapt. They would send forces. I also knew I couldn't stop. The scale of their invasion, their indifferent harvesting of life, their quiet terraforming, it was horrifying. I was the only one who understood, the only one who could fight them on their terms. My immediate task remained mapping their network. I returned to my maps, spreading them out on a smooth, flat rock near my waterfall sanctuary. I marked the sunken cathedral. The pattern of their nodes, when connected, was forming something more complex than an arc. It was starting to look like segments of a larger, intricate web radiating outwards from a central point. The nexus at Silent Uplands. That was their heart, their primary gateway. The other nodes were secondary, tertiary, all feeding into and drawing from it. But where were their mobile elements? I had seen the creature at the Whispering Stone and the colossal harbinger at the Nexus. Where were they now? They weren't just passively waiting at their gates. They were actively involved in the harvest. I needed to find their mobile units, their scouts, their collectors. And to do that, I needed to understand their movement patterns. I consulted my folklore books again, looking for any tales of moving lights, phantom beasts, or creatures of shadow that appeared in specific areas before vanishing. I cross-referenced these with geological surveys, looking for any areas of high energy fluctuation that didn't have a permanent node. One particular legend caught my attention, the Wandering Stones of Shadow Creek. It spoke of strange, dark rocks that would appear and disappear along a remote, winding creek bed, often preceding strange disappearances or localized, temporary fogs. This sounded exactly like a mobile anomaly, a temporary deployment. Shadow Creek was far, a grueling journey through treacherous canyons and dense, marshy lowlands. It was an area rarely visited even by the most seasoned hikers, known for its quicksand and dangerous wildlife, but it fit the profile. I began my journey, moving with a renewed sense of purpose, my senses extended, constantly scanning for any subtle dissonance in the natural world. The forest felt different now. I was part of its energy, its silent rhythms. I could feel the deep geological currents, the faint electromagnetic pulses that crisscrossed the mountains. These were the natural highways they used. As I neared Shadow Creek, the air grew heavy, almost oppressive. The natural sounds faded, replaced by an unnerving quiet. The vegetation here was stunted, strangely colored, with unnatural hues of purple and sickly green. The ground felt spongy, unstable. And then a different kind of hum began to seep into my mind. Not the deep, resonant thrum of a stationary node, but a faint, rhythmic pulse like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. And with it, the whispers returned, not fragmented or chaotic, but focused, chilling. Movement, acquisition, relocation. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, a mobile unit. I moved with extreme caution, navigating the treacherous terrain, my heightened senses now a finely tuned radar. I could feel the pulsating energy, shifting, moving ahead of me, then behind, then to the side. It was elusive, actively avoiding direct contact, but its presence was undeniable. I rounded a bend in the creek, stepping into a narrow, twisting canyon where the water flowed sluggishly, black and still. And there, in the middle of the creek, balanced precariously on the muddy bank, was a cluster of 3 dark, jagged stones. They were smaller than any node I had encountered before, each about 4 feet tall, rough and unrefined. But they pulsed with the same faint, internal blue light, and they cast no shadow. This wasn't a permanent gateway. This was a temporary deployment, a mobile harvesting unit. They were here, actively searching, acquiring. And as I looked closer at the muddy banks of the creek, I saw faint, disturbing tracks, not human, not animal, but impossibly deep, multi-pronged indentations, leading both into and out of the water. My gaze drifted to the stagnant water of the creek itself. It was unnaturally still, reflecting the dim, filtered light like a sheet of obsidian, and within its murky depths I saw it. Shapes. Not the massive structures of their home dimension, but smaller, more agile forms, like fluid shadows darting beneath the surface. They were fast, ethereal, yet undeniably present. These were the creatures I had seen before, the scouts, the collectors, and they were actively at work. The whispers intensified, flooding my mind with a torrent of focused intent, harvesting, securing, transporting. My blood ran cold. They were not just taking human specimens, they were taking resources, biological material extracted from the ecosystem. They were literally harvesting our world. I needed to shut this down. Not just the stones, but whatever creatures were moving within the creek. I approached the stones, my mind racing. These were different. They were temporary, rapidly deployed, and the creatures were actively present. I reached out, placing my hand on the nearest shadowless stone. The familiar surge of energy coursed through me, but this time it was laced with a violent, reactive force. The stones pulsed erratically, their internal blue light flaring. The whispers roared, not just in my mind, but almost audibly in the air around me. Interloper, target acquired, engage. The water in the creek churned violently. 3 of the shadow-like creatures burst from the surface, coalescing into more defined forms on the bank. They were smaller than the whispering stone creature, more agile, but just as terrifying. Their bodies were fluid, covered in the fractal symbol, their multifaceted eyes glowing with an intense, predatory blue. Their tendril-like limbs writhed, extending towards me. This was a direct confrontation. They were actively fighting back. I had to act fast. I couldn't just stand there and be harvested. I focused on the 3 stones, understanding their function. They formed a localized net, a temporary anchor for the creatures, allowing them to draw energy from the environment to stabilize their physical forms and facilitate transport. If I could destabilize the stones, I could disrupt their anchor, their physical manifestation. I poured my will into the fractal symbol, attempting to not just break the circuit, but to overload it, to force a feedback loop that would eject the creatures from this reality. The stones began to hum violently, vibrating uncontrollably. The air crackled with blue energy, arcs of lightning snapping between the 3 monoliths. The shadow creatures recoiled, their forms flickering, their multifaceted eyes narrowing in a terrifying display of alien rage. They shrieked, a sound not heard with my ears, but felt as a piercing agony in my skull. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the creatures' furious assaults. My vision blurred. Blood streamed from my eyes, nose, and ears, painting my face crimson. My body felt like it was tearing itself apart, but I held on, channeling every ounce of my altered being into the energetic disruption. The stones pulsed with blinding blue light, then, with a collective internal crack, they shattered. Not exploded, but imploded, collapsing into piles of inert, dark fragments, their internal light extinguished. The moment the stones shattered, the shadow creatures convulsed. Their fluid forms twisted and warped, their fractal markings glowing with frantic intensity. They shrieked again, a sound of pure agony and confusion. Then, with a sudden, violent flicker, they dissolved, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint, lingering ozone scent. The water in the creek settled. The strange hues of the vegetation seemed to soften, almost returning to normal. The hum, the whispers, the oppressive weight in the air all vanished, replaced by the unsettling quiet of the canyon. I collapsed, falling onto the muddy bank, utterly spent. My body was a wreck, racked with pain and exhaustion. The bleeding was worse this time, a testament to the severity of the fight. I lay there, gasping for breath, staring at the inert fragments of the shattered stones. I had won again. I had faced their active units, their collectors, and I had driven them back. But the cost was mounting. Each confrontation left me more scarred, more depleted. I could feel the delicate balance of my human physiology fraying, threatening to unravel completely. The fractal symbol, though not glowing, was a constant, burning presence in my mind. Was I even human anymore, or just a weapon wielded against an alien foe, slowly destroying its own wielder? I pulled myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I needed to move. I needed to recover. But a new, more profound realization hit me. I had just shattered their active deployment, and they had retaliated. They were no longer just observing, they were engaging. This meant they were adapting to my presence. They knew my capabilities. They would anticipate my moves. The next encounter, I knew, would be even more dangerous. I dragged myself away from Shadow Creek, moving through the canyons, seeking higher ground, a place where I could hide and heal. The journey was a blur of pain and forced movement, driven by an almost primal instinct for self-preservation. I found a small, secluded cave high on a cliff face, overlooking the vast, silent expanse of the Blackwood Mountains. It was difficult to reach, a climb that would have been impossible for the old me, but my transformed body, though battered, still obeyed. Inside the cave, I collapsed. My wounds were extensive, but mostly internal. The bleeding eventually subsided, leaving me weak and shivering. I ate what little food I had left, forcing myself to rest. As I lay there recovering, I reviewed my knowledge. I had mapped several nodes, passive gateways, observation posts, propagation centers, and now mobile harvesting units. I was beginning to understand their network, their intent. But what was their endgame? The harvest wasn't just about resources, it was about assimilation. The whispers had told me that they weren't just taking, they were integrating. My thoughts turned to the larger picture, the nexus, the core, silent uplands. That was where the real threat lay. That was where the colossal harbinger had emerged, where the main portal to their dimension pulsed. My smaller victories, though vital, were just skirmishes. To truly stop them, I had to shut down the nexus. I had to close the main gateway, sever the heart of their invasion. But the nexus was immense, its power overwhelming. I had barely survived its initial surge, barely managed to tear the seed. Now, with my connection deeper, my abilities more potent, but my body more fragile, could I even attempt such a feat? It would be a suicide mission. Yet I knew with a cold, terrifying certainty that it was my only option. Every other node was a symptom. The nexus was the disease. I began to plan. I needed to find a way to approach the nexus without immediately being overwhelmed. I needed to understand its defenses, its vulnerabilities, and I needed to prepare myself for a confrontation far beyond anything I had experienced. I spent the next few weeks recuperating, meticulously studying my maps, piecing together every scrap of knowledge I had gleaned from their network. The fractal symbol, now a constant companion in my mind, seemed to offer insights, flashing with subtle patterns that hinted at energy flows, structural weaknesses, communication intercepts. I was learning to read their language, to anticipate their moves. My body, though still scarred, began to adapt to the constant energy drain. My senses sharpened further, allowing me to perceive the deep underlying currents of energy that connected all the nodes. I could feel their network, a vast, invisible web spread across the Blackwoods, a pulsating, alien consciousness. And I, the interloper, the rogue element, was a growing disruption within it. I also began to practice. I focused on the natural energy fields around me, the subtle electrical impulses of trees, the geothermal currents in the rock. I attempted to manipulate them, to bend them to my will. It was slow, arduous work, but I found I could exert a small, localized influence. I could make a leaf shimmer with an unnatural light, or cause a faint tremor in the earth beneath my feet. It was a minuscule power compared to theirs, but it was my power, born from their own influence, turned against them. My final preparations involved finding a reliable means of sustained energy. My body, though transforming, still had its limits. I remember the old hand-cranked generator at Raven's Watch, the source of human-made energy. If I could tap into a stable source, even a small one, it might provide a buffer, a way to channel and augment my own diminishing reserves for the final confrontation. Raven's Watch was a long trek back, but it was a known quantity. I could get there, resupply, and prepare for the ultimate fight. I knew it was a risk. My deactivation of the micro-breach there would have marked the area, made it a point of interest for them, but it was a calculated risk. The journey back to Raven's Watch was fraught with tension. My senses were on high alert, constantly scanning for any sign of their presence. I moved with a new kind of silent intensity, a predatory awareness that had replaced my former human caution. As I neared Raven's Watch, the air grew thick, heavy with an almost palpable tension. The familiar quiet descended, more profound than before. My internal senses were screaming, warning me of danger. I approached the fire lookout tower with extreme caution, moving through the dense undergrowth like a ghost. The structure stood silhouetted against the setting sun, dark and ominous, but something was wrong. The subtle energy pulses emanating from the ground beneath the tower, which I had deactivated, were back, stronger, more intense. The humming, a faint, rhythmic thrum, pulsed in the air, a malevolent heartbeat. My blood ran cold. They had reactivated the node, and they had enhanced it. As I drew closer, I saw them, not shadow creatures, not colossal harbingers. These were different. There were 3 figures standing silently around the base of the lookout tower, facing outwards like sentinels. They were human in shape, but their posture was unnaturally rigid, their movements, when they shifted, eerily precise. They wore old, faded park ranger uniforms, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hats. But their eyes. As one of them slowly turned its head, I caught a glimpse, not human eyes, but cold, multifaceted blue eyes reflecting the dim light with an unearthly glow. The fractal symbol was faintly visible on their skin just beneath the uniform, pulsing with a faint blue. These were not human, these were assimilated. The harvest wasn't just about taking, it was about replacing. My breath hitched. They had infiltrated. They were using human forms, human identities as part of their network. These were their new scouts, their new collectors, their new sentinels, and they were waiting for me. The whispers flooded my mind, a cold, collective thought directly from the assimilated rangers. Witness, located, identified, yield. My disguise, my efforts to hide had failed. They knew I was coming. They had set a trap, and they were using the very faces of my former colleagues against me. A wave of pure, unadulterated rage, colder and more potent than fear, surged through me. This was personal. They had desecrated my home, harvested my people, and now they wore the uniforms of my profession. I had to fight them. I had to free Raven's Watch, and I had to get to that generator. The assimilated rangers began to move slowly, deliberately, fanning out and circling the base of the tower. They didn't speak, but their intent was clear, communicated through the raw alien thoughts that echoed in my mind. I was outnumbered, and they were not just physical threats, they were extensions of the alien network, capable of subtle energy manipulation, perhaps even mind assaults. But I was also transformed. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a living weapon, a conduit to their own system. I focused on the fractal symbol, on the energy coursing through the reactivated node beneath the tower. I would not just fight them physically, I would fight them energetically. The battle for Raven's Watch was about to begin, and this time it was personal. This time I was fighting for my humanity, for the very essence of what it meant to be a ranger of these mountains. I gripped my improvised staff, a sturdy branch I had whittled and hardened, and prepared to face the assimilated. The air crackled with tension. The silence was broken only by the faint, pulsing hum of the reactivated node and the steady, resolute beat of my own transformed heart. The fight for the Blackwoods had come home. The air crackled, thick with a tension that was both physical and psychic. The three assimilated rangers moved with chilling synchronicity, their multifaceted blue eyes glowing beneath the brims of their hats. They were not just enemies, they were a perversion, a grotesque echo of my former life, and a direct insult to the sanctity of these mountains. A cold, hard resolve settled in my chest, pushing past the pain and exhaustion. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about reclamation. I wouldn't let them have Raven's Watch. My improvised staff felt solid in my grasp, a familiar weight. But my true weapon wasn't wood or steel. It was the fractal symbol burning in my mind, the twisted gift that connected me to their network. I focused on the reactivated node beneath the tower, its pulsating hum a malicious heartbeat. They had amplified it, using it not just as a gateway, but as a central control for these assimilated forms. If I could disrupt the node, I could disrupt them. The first ranger lunged, a blur of unnatural speed. It moved with a fluid grace that was terrifyingly inhuman, its arm extending into a tendril-like limb, shimmering with faint blue energy. I sidestepped, my own reflexes now a sharpened edge, faster than any human. The tendril swished past my ear, the air displaced by its speed. As it recovered, I brought my staff down in a wide arc, aiming for its midsection. The blow landed with a sickening thud, but the ranger barely staggered. Its form rippled, absorbing the impact, and its blue eyes narrowed. Physical resistance enhanced, the thought echoed in my mind, not from them, but as an analysis from my own transformed consciousness. These weren't mere puppets, they were robust extensions of the alien network, drawing power directly from the enhanced node. The other two rangers closed in, forming a silent, deadly triangle. Their movements were precise, designed to cut off escape, to overwhelm. One moved to my left, the other to my right, their hands extended, tendrils beginning to form. I couldn't fight them conventionally. I had to hit them where they were weakest, their connection. Closing my eyes for a split second, I plunged my consciousness into the energy signature of the reactivated node beneath the tower. The hum roared in my mind, a complex tapestry of alien energy. I didn't seek to deactivate it completely, not yet. I sought to manipulate it, to use its own power against its extensions. I visualized a disruption, a localized overload that would feed back into the assimilated forms. I focused on the fractal symbol within me, pressing it against the alien architecture of the node, twisting its internal logic. The rangers paused, their extended tendrils retracting slightly, their multifaceted eyes flickering with confusion. A high-pitched whine emanated from beneath the tower, a sound like tortured metal. Disruption, interference, their collective alien thought lashed out, tinged with alarm. But I pushed harder. I imagined a surge, a burst of chaotic energy directed outwards through their connection. A violent internal crack split my mind. Blood surged from my nose and ears, blurring my vision. The pain was immense, an electric current tearing through my nerves, but I held on, fueled by a primal fury. The reactivated node screamed, a deafening, piercing wail that tore through the evening air. Blue lightning erupted from the ground around the tower's base, arcing wildly. The assimilated rangers spasmed, their forms flickering, their uniform fabric rippling as if caught in a violent wind. Their blue eyes pulsed erratically, their rigid postures collapsing into uncontrolled tremors. They shrieked not with their mouths, but with the raw, alien agony of a connection being violently severed. Their fluid forms began to warp, to distort. The fractal patterns on their skin flared brightly, then withered. One by one, their bodies dissolved, not into dust like the seeds, but into shimmering, blue energy, which then dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only the faded park ranger uniforms, now empty husks crumpled on the ground. The high-pitched wail from the node abruptly ceased. The blue lightning vanished. The oppressive hum, though still present, significantly diminished, reverting to the faint, subtle thrum I had originally perceived. The reactivated node, though not completely inert, had been critically destabilized, its power significantly curtailed. I collapsed to my knees, shaking uncontrollably, gasping for breath. The fight had been brutal, draining me further than any previous confrontation. My head throbbed with a relentless agony, and the taste of blood was thick in my mouth. My vision swam, speckled with crimson and phantom fractal light. I had one raven's watch back, but at what terrible cost to myself. I crawled towards one of the abandoned uniforms, pushing aside the empty fabric. Beneath it, the ground was scorched, but the subtle hum had died down. I dragged myself towards the tower, reaching the small shack that housed the hand-cranked generator. My hands, still trembling, fumbled with the rusted padlock, smashing it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. Inside, the generator stood, an old, rusty testament to human ingenuity. I grabbed the crank, my muscles screaming in protest, and began to turn it. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, fueled by a desperate need. The generator whined, a familiar mechanical groan, and then a faint, flickering light illuminated the shack. It was weak, inefficient, but it was power, human power. I pressed my hands against the metal casing of the generator, closing my eyes. I focused on the internal energy, on the raw, unrefined electricity flowing through its circuits. And then I did something I hadn't tried before. I opened my mind, the fractal symbol becoming a conduit, and attempted to interface with it, not to disrupt, but to absorb. The generator hummed louder, its light intensifying, then flickering. A strange sensation coursed through me, like icy water filling my veins, then warming, spreading outwards. It wasn't the pure, overwhelming surge of alien energy, but a steady, restorative flow. My pain didn't vanish, but it dulled. The exhaustion receded, replaced by a fragile sense of renewed strength. The internal bleeding slowed, then stopped. The generator wasn't just providing light, it was acting as a battery, a reservoir of raw, terrestrial energy that I could now tap into to bolster my own dwindling reserves. It was a buffer, a shield, a temporary reprieve from the crushing toll of my abilities. I maintained the connection, letting the energy flow, feeling my battered system stabilize, recalibrate. This was it, my final preparation. I could now face the Nexus, not as a dying human, but as a weapon, primed and partially recharged. I severed the connection to the generator, the light in the shack dimming slightly. My plan was set. I needed to get to Silent Uplands, to the heart of their invasion, the Nexus. The journey to Silent Uplands was a gauntlet. I moved with a new sense of purpose, my senses extended, constantly scanning. The Blackwood Mountains, once a place of refuge, now felt like a vast, pulsating trap, every shadow a potential threat, every shift in the wind a warning. My internal compass, refined by constant use, guided me not just by geological energy flows, but by the subtle, resonant thrum of the alien network itself. I was no longer just sensing it, I was reading it, interpreting its signals, anticipating its defenses. I skirted around potential hotspots, identified by anomalous energy spikes that my enhanced senses now registered as localized patrols or temporary breaches. The assimilated rangers at Raven's Watch were a clear message. They were deploying, adapting, becoming more aggressive. They knew I was out there, a rogue element disrupting their grand harvest. My mind, though still scarred by pain and the constant influx of alien data, was sharper, more focused than ever. I analyzed the patterns of their network, seeing the Nexus as the hub, the central processor, the gravitational point around which all other nodes revolved. Shutting it down wouldn't just be deactivating a node, it would be severing the brain, collapsing the entire system. As I neared Silent Uplands, the land itself seemed to warp. The air grew heavy, oppressive, crackling with an unseen energy. The trees twisted into unnatural shapes, their branches contorted, their leaves a sickly, unnatural hue. The ground felt dead, devoid of life. This was the most intense concentration of their influence, a place where their reality was bleeding into ours. The whispers began, not fragmented or specific, but a deafening roar, a cacophony of alien thought, a pervasive, suffocating presence that threatened to overwhelm my mind. Approach, desecration, termination. But this time I was ready. I drew on the residual energy from the generator, a cold, protective layer around my consciousness. It didn't block the whispers, but it filtered them, allowed me to process them without being submerged. I pushed through a thicket of strangely glowing, purple-leafed bushes and stepped into the clearing of silent uplands. It was exactly as I remembered it, but amplified, horrifyingly so. The Nexus. The towering obsidian monolith, impossibly black, reached into the sky, its surface not merely absorbing light but actively distorting reality around it. It pulsated with an internal, blinding blue light that cast no shadows. The air around it shimmered violently, a churning vortex of pure anomaly, far more intense than any other breach. This wasn't just a gateway, it was a wound in the fabric of existence, held open by unimaginable power. The ground around the Nexus was a barren wasteland, cracked and devoid of all life, and in the churning distortion at its base I saw them. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of the shadow-like creatures I had encountered at Shadow Creek, but larger, more varied. They writhed and pulsed within the dimensional distortion, their multifaceted eyes glowing with predatory hunger. They were not just scouts, they were harvesters, assimilators, warriors. And then I saw it, hovering silently before the Nexus, radiating an aura of immense, chilling power, was the colossal Harbinger. Its form was less defined than before, more fluid, shimmering with an incandescent blue light, its fractal patterns burning with an unholy intensity. It was the gatekeeper, the guardian, the ultimate manifestation of their will. The Harbinger turned its multifaceted gaze towards me, a silent, all-encompassing recognition. The whispers in my mind coalesced into a single, booming alien voice emanating directly from the creature, the witness. The conduit, you cannot sever that which is intertwined. You are part of us now. A wave of pure, overwhelming psychic force slammed into me, a blast of alien thought that threatened to splinter my mind. It was a direct assault designed to break my will, to subjugate me. But I held the energy from the generator, however finite, provided a buffer. The fractal symbol burning in my mind resonated with the assault but did not break. I was connected, yes, but not subjugated. I am not part of you, I snarled, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. I am the one who will shut you down. The Harbinger shimmered, its colossal form expanding slightly, radiating a cold amusement that echoed in my mind. Futile, you are a single cell against a cosmic tide. Your efforts merely confirm your assimilation. Your abilities are ours. Then I will use your abilities against you, I roared, pouring every ounce of my will into the fractal symbol. I didn't just understand their network anymore. I was now an active, conscious node within it, capable of redirecting its power. I raised my hands, focusing on the Nexus, on the colossal obsidian monolith. I wasn't just going to break a circuit this time. I was going to unmake it, to unravel the very weave of their connection. The Nexus roared in response, a deafening hum that shook the very ground. The blue light intensified, blinding in its brilliance. The shadow creatures writhed, coalescing into more defined forms, ready to charge. The Harbinger extended a massive, shimmering tendril, pointing directly at me. Consume, assimilate, terminate. Its command resonated through the clearing. But I ignored them. I plunged my consciousness into the heart of the Nexus, into the core of the monolith. It was a mind-numbing torrent of information, a universe of alien physics, pure energy, raw power. I felt the immense strain on my system, the generator's reserves flickering, dwindling. My body screamed, blood flowing freely from every orifice, my bones feeling like they were vibrating apart. The fractal symbol in my mind became a key, a template. I didn't just visualize breaking the circuit, I visualized reversing it, reversing the flow of energy, not just from the individual nodes, but from the entire network, funneling it back into the nexus itself, creating a catastrophic feedback loop. And then I would sever the connection to their dimension, closing the primary gateway forever. This was beyond pain. This was beyond exhaustion. This was an act of pure, unadulterated will, an existential struggle. I was fighting against an entire alien civilization, using their own tools, their own power, turning it against them. The Nexus began to scream, a sound that wasn't sound, but a tearing of reality itself. The obsidian monolith pulsed erratically, its blue light flaring, then dimming, then flaring again, violently. The dimensional distortion at its base churned not just with creatures, but with pure chaos. The Harbinger shrieked, a sound of fury and disbelief. Its colossal form rippled, distorting, its blue light flickering violently. It hurled a wave of pure psychic energy at me, a desperate, final assault. But I was too deep, too focused. The generator's power flickered one last time, a brief surge, then died, leaving me